Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas, joined this time with Chronicler for our third day of the week. I was not here for the first day, so it gets me a little bit confused. And today is a very auspicious one. We begin the best of 7 that we have split across a couple of days this week between Bro and KT. KT, they were winning too many games in a row, Chronicler, too many games in a row. So we came up with a plan. And that was to pit them against the most formidable, ignore this, the most formidable opposition that we could find and make them beat them twice in a best of 7. I
was paying enough attention to the LCK yesterday to know that you and Ox reached the conclusion it's not a real best of 7.
Okay, so it's a caveat.
So,
best of 7. So
yeah, I want to be very upfront. I paid attention yesterday, and you guys told me that it wasn't one.
No, it's a maximum 6 games, best of 7. So if it goes the full distance, then we cancel the 7th game. We call it a draw. That's absolutely fine. Also, there's no reverse sweeps after 2 wins. If there's an attempted reverse sweep, we just call it a draw. Okay. Otherwise, best of 7. Okay.
Yeah.
So there are possible draw outcomes, right? But it is officially, don't worry, guys, a best of 7.
I like it.
KT in second place at the moment, especially after Gen G picking up a victory yesterday, and Bro still definitely struggling. We'll see whether they can continue trying to string a couple of wins together as we move towards the second round robin. This will, of course, be the very last match of the first round robin. To celebrate, we're, of course, having that best of 7 over the next couple of days between these two squads.
And KT have looked completely unleashed in this split. A lot of the inconsistencies that plagued this team have disappeared as Summer has heated up not only Seoul and the rest of Korea, but also the gameplay that they're showing.
Oh, yeah.
Because to me, a standout, BD and Keen reaching some of their previous heights. Team is doing splendidly, and Karis definitely looks better after his small stint in Challengers. We've seen players really benefit from having some downtime and realizing that the Karis that left Challengers about 2 years ago, even though he might not always show it, not the same guy that is in the LCK right now.
Certainly is. And now he's up against BDD, the guy that he played behind when he left Challenger, right? Yep. On Gen G. And so now up against his former, I guess you could say, mentor in the mid lane, in theory. So very, very cool. He can actually now prove himself, in theory, against the most perfect opposition. 6th LCK 80 carry to reach 1,500 kills is aiming, as that is some pretty storied names ahead of him there as well.
Yeah.
A couple of them really still playing here in the LCK, so opportunity for aiming to continue up those ranks. But it is going to be Bro as our home team making their way out to LoL Park first. Morgan leading the charge. Bit of a smile on his face, but look at that. Raucous Umpty. That's a big smile on Effort's face as well, Chronicler.
Yeah, they're looking happy.
Yeah, if I was KT, I would be looking at these Bros and I'd be thinking, oh man, I'm scared.
They're feeling the vibes today.
Yeah, I'm intimidated. I saw Umpty backstage, said hello. I was as meek as possible because I didn't want him to come after me.
Yeah.
He doesn't even need to hit me with an ultimate. I'll still die.
To be fair, you are fairly easily intimidated, Atlas.
It is true. I'm
when
a very
it comes
small
to
man.
Breon specifically, I think we all are. This team, it's been a good split for fan favorites, right? Between the Breon fandom, between Nongshim, and it's up to Breon to show today that they are, unlike Nongshim, actually capable of taking down opponents bigger than themselves, because this KT is at the very least in contention for best team, and with some of the ups and downs that Gen G have had, I think it's also an easy case to make that they are right now looking the best individually. Everyone is looking great. Cuz hasn't had any invisible games. Aiming, I can remember like maybe one, a little bit optimistic flash forward, but outside of that, no notes.
Exactly, and they have not lost a game in as long as I can remember. Yeah. Their game score is better than that of Gen G at the moment, but we can't call them better than Gen G because they managed to take them down in the first couple of weeks of the season. I have to wait for that rematch. It's not next week, it is the week following that we get to see KT versus Gen G, find out who is actually the best team in the LCK at this point in time. That being said, they do have to manage to somehow beat Bro in a best of 7 with those caveats. And this is for celebrating the best of 7, as you can see. No, it's for the 7th win streak for KT. I'm not going to lie to you guys in a mistranslation, especially not when G-Sun was so kind to provide it for me. Morgan versus Keen is going to be our key player matchup. Morgan, the king of Renekton, and Keen, the king of beating Renekton. And do you know what's terrifying, Chronicler? Doran managed to destroy Renekton twice in a row with not only Quinn, but also GP, 2 of Keen's most impressive champions.
And I don't think you can blind Renekton. I think we need to let it go collectively because there are simply too many answers. Unlike the LCK special, where we remember that a pick has counters that we've already played way back after like a few months. Seemingly everyone is on board immediately. The Quinn, I think, is the best example. GP was great, and for Quinn in particular, the pick has looked a lot better, both with the Shiv build, but more importantly, if the team can play towards topside and
or if Doran can play towards everywhere on the map.
That also true, but I was actually going to say that Gen G, for all their strengths, not a topside focused team.
No.
And as good as I think Doran played yesterday, it's still, to me, pills in comparison to what Keen had been able to do. And it makes sense, given the focus of this particular roster from KT. So, yeah, I know, I love the emote, I love the story, but maybe let's let the croc go. Let it be.
I don't think that that's ever the right idea when you've got Morgan on your team, the world's best Renekton player in the universe.
So, okay, so would you ban, like...
I'm not going to explain myself. I refuse. We do need to go back and explain that sign because it was really, really cool. It is July 7th today. July is the 7th month. KT are on a 7-win streak, and Bro can reclaim 7th place, and they're playing in a best of 7. Isn't it? There are a lot of 7s.
It's a lot of layers.
It's an extraordinary amount of 7s. I think with this amount of 7s, you could have won the slot machines twice. And it's just insane.
So I took a closer look at KT and their match record. KT has lost 2 games.
Yeah.
Right? Those 2 games were at the beginning, only in the first week of the split.
Yeah.
And one of them was obviously Gen G. Do you know the other team?
That they dropped a game to?
Yeah.
They're kind of being Bro because they didn't.
No, they didn't play him yet. It was Hanwha of all teams in classic Hanwha
right,
fashion.
Yeah, and that was like right at the very beginning.
Literally the first.
Yeah.
I didn't know either. Right? I wanted to look it up because of how good the win streak has been. But yeah, the last game that KT lost was specifically, or games rather, was against Gen G, which was week 1. So this team in absolute amazing form at the moment, and we will see if Brion can do the unthinkable, the impossible. Do they bro leave enough? Atlas?
Well,
can they make it happen?
I know that chat bro leaves, and I know that I do as well. If I had any channel points left, I would use them on Bro.
Who did you predict?
Well, I mean, I might just go all in on Bro every single time, and it hasn't been great at the moment for making channel points, but I'm investing in the future, Chronicler, and I think it is going to come out on top eventually. Nico going to be the final ban here for KT. Nothing really standing out as far as surprising bans, except for the fact that Viego goes on the blue side because they're trying to pinch him. We'll see whether it's going to work out here as a certain crocodile's available.
Sejuani. So I'm thinking Sejuani. I'm thinking
fantastic.
Azir. Because I think Azir between these 2 teams should be extremely highly contested.
Yeah.
BDD, obviously, and Karis, having played under the tutelage of BDD, also a great Azir himself. And unsurprisingly, as I finish my sentence, the Pigeon will get locked in. The Kai'Sa has been a pick that Aiming has done very well on, and is, in my opinion, also probably the strongest AD carry that we have in the meta at the moment. Felios is still up there, but with how KT play, I like the Kai'Sa a lot more. I think Kai'Sa has a lot more individual agency, which Aiming has been very responsible with in recent times. So allowing him to join in when the rest of his team, when Kuz is going in, when Keen is diving an enemy backline, something that is very valuable. Brion, though, seeing this, can go for something like the Aphelios and Milio and have some amazing disengage here, especially when you combine it with the Poppy as well.
It does mean that we're not going to see topside focus here for Bro if that is what they're going to lock in. You could also wait and try to get a potential counter pick for the support role, and that is looking like what they want to do. Does mean KT, they can pick Rel and then ban Alistair if you'd like to. There are a bunch of things that you can do with this. With it being red side, Ahri is going to be locked in here for Karis. An uninspired pick in my personal opinion. I don't think Ahri into Azir is necessarily something that's really, really cool, but we saw Chovy do some pretty amazing things on it yesterday. Not to say that Karis is necessarily the same player that Chovy is, but he's been playing a lot of Ahri, especially recently, as he had his little stint down in Challenger.
Oof. I gotta say though, when it comes to KT comfort picks,
yeah,
right now you have Cousin Sejuani, you have BDD on Azir, you have aiming on Kai'Sa, and you're setting up for an R4 support pick here, and then Keen can counter pick.
Yeah, or you ban away a bunch of stuff. Yeah, exactly. And this is the thing, it makes it really, really hard. Like, bro, do you have to like protect Morgan with these bans, or do you try to get rid of what KT's obviously going for, which is as
R4
many...
Rel.
As the R4 Rel situation, or the next best thing. It's feeling a little bit catch-22-y at the moment, as the Renekton is going to go away. Bro having to ban that can't feel fantastic, as Morgan not confident in the counter picks against the Croc. Just going to have to get rid of it here. Maybe it's just Crocodile.
Again, I think Brion is also assuming that KT is going to R4 support here, and then as a result, you have either you give Keen Renekton, which is bad, don't do that, particularly if you can't preemptively counterpick, obviously, or you pick the Renekton and then you get mad by Quinn or Gangplank, or starting the next patch, might even see the Rumble come back. Actually saw that pulled out today by Summit, and I was pretty excited. Rumble, a very fun champion. Obviously, not going to be relevant just yet.
I've been watching.
In the future, could be another Crocodile counter, as if we didn't have enough yet.
And I've been watching some LCK content recently, and Marin, of course, announced that if we were in another Rumble meta, he could come back. He's still confident in his Rumble play. Outside of that, not so much. As the Jax is going to be prioritized. I really do like. I think it's really interesting that they went with the Nautilus ban. I think Lehens likes Nautilus a whole lot more than Rel. Rel, of course, fits with the Kai'Sa very effectively, but it fits into a dive composition, which KT don't necessarily have with the Azir.
No. So Brion will be able to pick up the Rel now. And the Gragas is the complete no-brainer here. Gragas with the Comet is still great into the Jax. Cassante, I think, is worse, but does provide more carry potential. This is all in on Hannah carrying, right? What we're looking for. And Hannah has been an amazing player, and I actually don't mind this angle here from Brion. Lehens not really going to go too crazy with the counter pick in the way that we know sometimes he likes to do. It's just going to be the Rakan pickup. Does mean that the laning phase for KT is going to be pretty lackluster. Both Rakan and Kai'Sa not necessarily going to be the most exciting laners. Kai'Sa just wants to get out of laning phase and get her items as soon as she can. But down the line, if you go from top to bottom, outside of the bottom lane being, I think, somewhat contentious, and it does require Brion to actually pay towards it for them to be able to really punish, I think. You got BDD on Azir, you got Cousin Sejuani compared with Keen's Jax, and then you have a Kai'Sa that can play off anyone on the top side, and a Rakan.
Yeah, no, it's terrifying. And you mentioned already that it's just full comfort for the top side for KT, and it's the bottom lane that might not be okay. That's how KT lives their lives. Yeah. That's what, honestly, the best look for KT is when aiming's like 0-2, but you've got Jax at an inner turret, and Keen is just running the map. Like, that is the perfect look. And I'm sorry for throwing aiming under the bus there, but they don't necessarily play through him almost ever. No, and they are set up to do that so well with this composition.
And he's had some great, like, Felio's games. I know he got some double-digit kill sets at some point, but
and to me, Kai'Sa can just be Kai'Sa at any point. We saw Paze doing it yesterday. Like, just
out of nowhere,
mopping up team fights is what Kai'Sa does better than anything else. And certainly aiming's going to be able to do it here.
It's going to be bot dives, right? You need to gain prio in mid, dive bot, get Hannah ahead. Otherwise, I don't think you're winning this game.
Or Karis pops off, finds all of the charms that he's ever been looking for. Or the Lord up towards the top side just finds the way. We'll have to find out as we hop into the Rift for game one. Oh, KT fans in full voice here today at LoL Park. We'll see whether their efforts in the fan chant will be rewarded with a victorious game here in Game 1. Of course, we have back-to-back KT versus Bro. That means we have a limited best-of-7 between Bro and KT this week. I wonder whether side selection will match up, as of course, KT will be the home team the next time around. That means Bro needs to end on a win. So for the Bro leavers out there, if you want it to work perfectly like a best-of-7, we're going to need a Bro victory here today. That's how it's got to roll.
I mean, what I always really appreciate about Brion fans is that they've transcended the need for wins.
Oh, you don't...
They are just perfectly happy to take whatever result comes their way.
It's just life as a Bro leaver. You Bro leave
it's
even if...
It's impressive.
Yeah,
it's a very zen existence. It's hard.
Yeah, and it's also like... Because you don't necessarily believe that they're going to win this game. You just believe that eventually, sometime in the future, Bro will win. And that always pays off. Because they don't go undefeated, like just like 0-18 every season, right?
No.
They always pick up a cheeky one here and there. So Bro Leave is always rewarded, as it turns out. It's just how it goes.
Lahens going for Demolish in this lane is definitely optimistic. We'll see if he's able to get a lot of value out of it early on. As level 2 hit first there, and this is to be expected.
Yeah,
this, bot
already.
Lane, yeah, should be in favor of Hannah and Effort. Hannah also not going for the call, but going for Doran's Blade and PTA, so they're really looking to put the pressure on, and I do quite like that. My other question is, how much impact can Umti have here in the early game? Because if him and Karis, or one of, or both, don't impact the bot side of the map, I do think that the mid game is going to be excruciatingly difficult, as KT will be able to, you know, set up contests, use their team fighting prowess, and as soon as Lahens is unlocked from the lane, then playing against his team becomes very unpleasant.
Certainly does, especially if Cuz gets something working out here towards the top side of the map. That's what I'm a little bit worried about for Morgan. See whether Morgan's Spidey sense is going to be on point here today, as lands a cheeky Q there, as we can see. It's kind of working out as fight towards the bottom side. Lahens has to battle dance his way out. The rest of the attack stacking up against this Rakan, who's going to have to chew through some of these potions to get that health bar back. And we kind of expected that KT's bottom lane would struggle a little bit. You can see as far as farm is concerned, Aiming's actually been able to still pick up most of it, but at the cost of his support's life in a lot of these instances.
Cuz is a level up.
Yep, just throws the Winter's Wrath the wrong direction and pieces out. Kind of like it. Don't really understand it. But I liked it. It was, you know, it's provocative, gets people going.
Also didn't have his Smite available, so even if he did point that the right way, I don't think he would have been able to get the Scuttle in time to then get out. And this is the benefit of having bot lane priority. See, even though he went for a pretty interesting path, he started on his Raptors, then went towards the top side of his jungle, maybe looking for a play on Keen, but Keen didn't really get caught off guard. And as a result, we will now see Cuz pick up this topside Scuttle, and Umti still needs to go and clear another camp to actually hit level 4, as did get spotted here, so Morgan should be completely fine. And
yeah,
spotted again.
Cuz just wandering over vision here towards the top side of the map. Well placed here by Bro to make sure that the Sejuani is spotted. And so not going to be surprised Morgan can play pretty defensively here towards the top side, and as we can see, that's exactly what he's doing. Doesn't really need to, though, because the wave's pushing forward. Karis, nice charm onto B2D here in the mid lane. And the Bros, not to be underestimated in this early stage of the game.
They know, but
does it matter? That's the question, as they'll still be able to deny Aiming some farm. Still, not a lot that is actually here. Not quite the stacked wave you'd be looking for. And so just going to use that Gleaming Quill to get a bunch of that health back. A bunch, I mean, a very small amount of health back, but a bit. Lahens trying to land those as consistently as possible to keep themselves healthy in this lane. Dirty and Karis. This is the matchup where you just see them at pretty low health the majority of the time, often slinging skill shots left and right. Karis having the better end of it after that great trade that he had earlier on has meant that he is a little bit further ahead in CS. But the Azir is not the same lane-dominating pigeon that we're used to seeing,
which is good.
Yeah,
that was a bit much. And as we see, even without his latent dominance, every single LCK made is still like, no, I'll pick that up every rotation.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't matter.
And like, the result doesn't seem very different either,
No.
because you still get to mid-game teamfights and
Yes.
people with your Emperor's Divide and things are fine.
If anything, his damage numbers are higher, right? Because he does a lot more consistent mid to late game damage. A little bit less about the super flashy plays, but we still see plenty of those big Emperor Divides. As we might have a setup onto effort here, but Cuz and Lahans are going to get spotted in the end. The Ahri versus Azir really is just, it's a stalemate, right? You don't, it's like Corki Azir, but obviously Ahri doesn't skill as well, but has more agency, where you can't really kill each other if everything goes well, and if one ults, the other can just ult them away or ult away, and as a result, not the most engaging of matchups, as Umti trying again, often the early linchpin of Brion.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide going to push Umpty under the turret, actually. Very cute. And eventually does shift some sand to get himself out of the way. Karis not going to find a charm, though. That is the main reason why things don't necessarily go as well as they could.
It's a big old gong.
BDD.
Wonder if Brion want to push it and maybe try and go for a play, but doesn't look like that is the case. Because we'll get spotted here on the ward that is still in the brush. And no first blood just yet, which I think KT are going to be very, very happy with. And as you pointed out earlier, Atlas, aiming, doing completely fine here.
Yeah, as far as farm is concerned, absolutely fine. And we did see that it's Effort and Henna actually putting on a fair bit of pressure, but it hasn't actually equated in denying anything. And so doesn't really mean a whole lot. Might be a little bit frustrating here for the bros on that bottom side. And as we see, a whole bunch of zeros at the top of our screen. It's 7.5 minutes. The Drake has not been started yet by anyone. Rift Herald going to be up in 20 seconds time, and no one has died. Who does it benefit to have this game go extraordinarily slow? Is it just inherently Bro because of who they are as a team, or is it KT because they have Jax, Azir?
And Kai'Sa and Rakan. Yeah, so I do think that the Brion composition can scale reasonably well until you get to like super late game, like eventually Cassante doesn't do anything in side lane anymore, and your range advantage really becomes the biggest advantage that you'll have. But my main issue is that I think the Brion comp is wholly reliant on either getting individual picks, which is hard onto a lot of members of KT because they're either tanky or very mobile and have a lot of innate safety, or you have a Henna 1v9, right? Like he's doing all the damage in a team fight because the rest of his team is mostly there to either peel or kind of try and set up favorable fights through engaging or finding big ultimates in case of Umpty. But I don't have that much faith in Brion being able to do that against KT, because KT, this split, have been great at team fighting as well. You kind of can't do without. And I think in spring, that wasn't necessarily a hallmark of what made this team good. I think they were very snowbally, great at 1-for-1. But right now, the team fighting has looked incredible.
Yeah, Karis on a ward, fishing for a potential charm angle. They find the snare. Effort dives forward. Emperor's Divide's going to land onto a few as Lahans gets in there, but it's Cassante that picks up the first kill. The Lord has decided that Bro will be winning this fight, and KT are going to try and get out. Karis dashing forward, getting some of these resets, but doesn't find the charm. And now the Rift Herald is going to be what they take home. A dash forward there from Morgan, unable to find that third Q as BDD thinking about coming back around again. And Bro are going to be scared off this one. You can see aiming, making his way back down towards the bottom side as well. Henna getting some time with that turret. This working out fantastically for Bro.
The only downside, they might lose the Herald here, and the key thing here, I think, were the fact that a lot of the engaging tools were already used on the KT backline. So this is exactly the type of fight I was talking about. Bro, find individual target, blow them up in a single rotation. Cuz actually does get, even as a tanky Aftershock Sejuani caught off guard, will get blown up, but because of the consistent damage being done by the rest of KT, plus the fact that Karis is unable to find a charm on either Lahans or Keen as they exit the Herald pit. Still going to be a gold trade that I think is going to be relatively neutral here once the Herald actually comes down.
Nice. Charm is going to connect. Orbit Deception does a fair bit of work there as Heroic Charge finds the smallest bit. And Umpty says no to BDD. Tried to greed for that plate gold. Umpty going to be able to walk this one off just fine. And yeah, I got a little bit caught up in my rant before, and then all of a sudden KT took themselves a Rift Herald that I thought Bro had kind of earned.
Knew.
But then Umpty comes in and says, "I'll kill your pigeon," and so I guess it's okay.
You were right.
Yeah.
You knew all along. The Believers were coming out on top again.
Sometimes Belief, it just has a delayed effect. You know, it's a delayed situation.
Teleport is available, but I don't think you want to go for this without Umpty.
Do you win the game by killing neutral objectives, or do you win the game by killing Nexuses?
You win the game by, well...
No.
You want an easy...
Yeah, it has one word answer.
Okay, yes, Nexus.
There we go, perfect.
Well, I guess that's 2 words.
Yeah.
As Umpty say, you can't disrespect me like this. BDD just walks up, thinks the charm is down, and he will be fine. And Umpty is there to say, no, you're not. Doesn't even need to flash.
No, just finds a bit of wall. Really nicely done. Of course, Umpty, pretty fantastic Poppy player just in general, has been playing this one for a very long time.
Oh, the demolish value.
There we go. Lahen's going to be able to lock down a little bit of extra gold for himself and Aiming. They'll go for a little bit of a reset themselves. Static Shiv is done here for the Kai'Sa. Aiming is powering up. The Kraken Slayer is there for Henna as well. He's doing all right. Ahead just a little bit in farm. There will be a little bit more global gold available for KT, however. And we're starting to see some ones at the top of the screen, right? A Herald and a Dragon both going over to KT. Next Drake going to be a Cloud Drake, which is very sad for me. But we could have the old Earth, Wind, and Fire situation. Orcs is here, so we could also have Chemtech. It could be one of the more neutral and less interesting Ocean Drakes, but also X-Tech Soul.
What is the culinary equivalent of Ocean Drake? Because it's so inoffensive, but it's no one's favorite thing.
Yeah, I think it's just rice.
It's just plain rice.
It's just rice, yeah.
I would say like, you know, like an okay sandwich. It's just like, it's there.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be mad if you got it, but it's not great.
Yeah.
No, give me Mountain. Mountain would be fun. I would like mine a lot. I also think that Mountain would really incentivize either of these teams to go in hard because
what would Mountain be if it was food? I think it'd be like mud cake, like a rich chocolate cake.
I like that because I think it would be somewhat of an acquired taste, but it would be really good.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I like or ice cream maybe an ice cream sundae.
Ooh, that could be alright. And I think Infernal has to be what's the super spicy ramyun?
Bulldog.
Yeah, the Bulldog ramyun.
Oh, I thought mapo tofu.
Nah.
No, not spicy enough.
Not spicy enough. It's got to be. It's got to be that spicy chicken ramen. Has to be. And Chemtech. Chemtech is boiled spinach.
Oh no! Of all the ways to prepare spinach, that's the worst one.
Yeah, it's boiled spinach, and it's not like baby spinach, which is actually quite lovely.
It's not blanched, right? It's actually boiled.
Yeah, it's boiled.
Oh.
It's like. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. It's not great.
It's
like
I don't like that. Atlas.
It's like bus depot food, you know.
Oh.
It's really not it. That's how it goes.
I can't believe Orcs likes boiled spinach.
Well, he doesn't. He has an affliction. He has a Chemtech affliction.
It's like an iron deficiency.
I like how we've been talking about Dragon Souls in terms of food for like the last however long.
It's a Brion
nothing
game.
has happened.
No, it's a Brion game.
Yeah, it's impressive.
That's why I brought it up, because I know we'll have plenty of time to discuss team comps as the mythics start to come through, because this is, after all, a Brion game. And for plenty of time, we had a lot of Merc treads on the side of Brion, 4 to be exact.
Yeah.
Which...
They are tenacious. They are getting ready to augment this tenacity.
Also, we do have Ethan Shroud here for Umpty. So really setting up. And I actually quite like this. I don't think Poppy, unless you're like monstrously snowballing, is really going to be too big of a damage threat. And setting up for Henna and being not just in you know how Bro generally plays the guy that starts things off, but also having the CC available to get the damage amplification on someone on KT to try and 100-0 them, I think is a great way to start fights here in the early mid-game. As both Herald and Second Dragon basically synchronized there. Be coming up shortly here. We'll see what angle they want to take. I think Brion definitely should be looking for a contest here. Preferably the Dragon, but might be Herald instead to try and break open the map and maybe get himself a gold lead.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't mind Bro going for Herald to try and get the map in a better position so they can contest third Drake. That feels like the subdued Bro method. We'll see what they do actually decide to do as Effort mounts up, looks to try and engage here as Cuz moving around. Let's have his War Bear Bristle. As Umpty, unbeknownst to him, there is a lot of people in this brush. There's the knockup, already takes a lot of damage. Killer Instinct interrupted, but it does not matter. Umpty is just taken out in his own jungle. KT will strike, and this is perfect timing for this squad as well. Grabbing him decent amount of follow-up damage onto Lehens, but he'll be able to walk it off. And KT will move over. They'll grab themselves their second Drake and probably augment that with the Herald as well.
Now there's the real tragedy here, and this is Umpty going down with Merc Treads as well. Doesn't have enough.
Flash.
Doesn't matter, right? Between the taunt and then all the CC that Sejuani has, plus the knockup, which Merc Treads doesn't do a whole lot against. No one can save Umpty there. As you can see, the layering of CC really nicely done. End it all with the ultimate from Sejuani, and aiming, as you point out, is able to just make his way in, and that is all of a sudden the gold lead. Hugely swung now in favor of KT, and they were at the deficit before with Dragons. Now they're at a surplus, and things looking good here, because I think if KT can get out of the laning phase unscathed, right, get to like the 1 item breakpoints where they've hit 2 items for aiming, and Keen most notably, this comp is going to be extremely hard to stop. Because it can do so many things. You can side lane, you can team fight, you can dive.
Yep, you can skirmish, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
And the flanking potential of both Lehens and Keen, and, well, all of them, to be perfectly honest. So KT, they can sort of turn on a dime and catch you out of position like we saw already. There is the Herald going in favor of Bro, though. So KT weren't able to take everything. They elected to head towards the bottom side and take down that first turret. As Lehens and Effort, I'm just saying hi, wandering around here, clearing out vision where they can. Effort will be able to trot on over and collect this one. Lehens also. Karis not going to find the charm as Lehens gets himself out of there and aiming. He has those 2 items. Almost 18 minutes finishing off his Nash's Tooth. And this, this Kaiser is pretty scary. And not quite with his second just yet. A little bit more expensive as he's going for Mythic second.
And also the additional plates and just the first brick gold gonna help out aiming immensely there. And yeah, Brian was able to pick up some kills. We do actually have our lava cake at the ready, by the way, which I do appreciate. I haven't really discussed that yet.
Oh yeah, true, there we go.
And also means that you get your favorite reference.
Earth, Wind, and Fire.
It's a double whammy.
We're gonna groove tonight. It's happening.
And what I need to see from Brion is ability to actually win a fight here and see how they can enable Hannah to output a lot of damage in a team fight. But I do think you need to reach the 2 item breakpoint first on this Aphelios, as they do start sieging mid here. Do know BDD roaming up through river. Might be looking for a backline access here.
Yeah, Ko's just going to be denied his rotation over. They do get the charge, but of course plates are down. So wanting to actually break this one open if they do want to get money for it. And also mid out of turret, very, very valuable for Bro. Still, they're going to have to back away as Cuz on vision. Umpty going to move on in as well. Looks like KT aren't going to be able to get too much extra ground without Azir and the Jax in the vicinity. BDD going to rotate over, and Umpty looking for that back angle. Have to steadfast presence to speed him up, get himself out of here, but Cuz still going to catch up. Winter's Wrath going to slow him down. They find the prison. Emperor's Divide gets the Poppy over the wall. He's running pretty quick, though, and he's actually going to heroic charge his way out. Lehens in so much trouble as Karis looking for an opportunity. Has to get out, but BDD is taking a lot of damage himself. Orbit Deception does a lot of work, and BDD has to flash over. Keen finds himself alone, and it's another heroic charge. He gets smashed into the sky, but he's still fighting. Flashes away eventually. Why isn't anyone dead yet? What's going on here? Cuz still chasing. Bro, just get out! Huh? Voidseeker, what?
Yeah, target selection was a bit of an up and down on that one. As Effort, please go to a different spot. You're making me anxious. Brion don't need kills. That started off looking like an over-investment of KT in trying to kill a Poppy. And this is both Cuz and Umpty are a lot harder to take down as we get deeper into the game because they're very tanky. But Lehens, meanwhile, gets caught. Yes, he forces the flash from Hannah, but then this is where everything gets really weird because I think the players as well are kind of losing track of what is happening. So we have BDD, who's able to make his way out by flashing. We have Morgan fighting 2 people on the top side of the map, and then the rest are trying to kill Jax, but they don't actually have enough CC to take down Keen, who with Counter-Strike gets an insane amount of value. And obviously KT are playing on a defensive side. They're just trying to get out of there.
Yeah, then Bro were trying to get out of there, and then everyone got out of there.
And then everyone was fine. And Pokasa doesn't get a kill, and nothing really changes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of flashes down.
Look at this scuttle priority that KT has. So there we go. They managed to get
That's what they got from the bot side skirmish.
Absolutely nailing it. Top side scuttle for bottom side skirmish. Does make some sense. Oh, steal on the Gromp there by Lehens as well. The infamous Rakan auto attack steal on the camp. You love to see it. Very difficult to do. Those auto attacks do basically nothing.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, this
oh no, Brion.
This soul point situation is something that Bro need to be a little bit more aware of.
Well, that's gone. Yeah, it's
no.
definitely not. So my issue with this is that there are generally 2 lanes of Brion play, and in one, they can test this, and then they have an opportunity to win late game team fights. If you lose the soul, I don't care how good Hannah has been playing this summer. I don't see him have the necessary damage.
What if he built 2 Lord Dominic's regards? Think about that.
The number of Lord Dominic's is not the main issue here, Atlas. I think the main issue is that by the time that he's chewed through the front line, someone will have CC'd him for just a tiny bit, just a little bit of CC, and then aiming will be on top of you and blow you up. So it's really tough to be a single carry, and obviously I do think Karos is going to try and attempt to bolster some of it, but this is a Merc Treads and Horizon Focus and Everfrost Ari, not really going to be the highest when it comes to DPS. Then add the extra resistances plus the shield, which also takes away one of the best way that I think Brion can win fights, which is by eliminating single targets. And then finally, there is no Sunfire Cape on Brion.
True.
So they don't even have...
They don't do any damage.
They don't do any damage.
Zero. I mean, there's no Sunfire Capes on KT either because it's building one.
He's getting there.
They're going to go from 0 damage to all the damage very, very soon. Bro, have a brief window.
Got to find a pick. That's what you really desperately need to eliminate someone. But like, look at the targets, right? It's a Rakan who is notoriously mobile, aiming. His positioning has been great this split, so don't expect him to be available. Oh, this will be perfect.
So could be out of position. Still going to be out of flash to get out of the way of that one. So Umpty not going to be able to find him there. So they get the flash out of the Sejuani. Actually big for Bro being able to manage these engagements. 3 minutes. Mountain Soul. And maybe the idea. Okay, hear me out. This is it's a little bit tinfoil. Okay.
Oh, I'm all there for the tinfoil.
What if Bro are all in on Umpty's ability to smite Elder Drake in 8 minutes or 9 minutes?
Well, you do have Poppy, so any 5v5 can just become a like 3v5.
Precisely. And then you get Cuz out of there, and you smite the Elder away, and then you use that to get Baron and win the game.
What kind of answer are you looking for here, Atlas?
Well, I already know the answer, so you can come up with whatever you'd like. Because I know the answer is genius.
Okay.
And now we're just we're living in Bro's world, just seeing their strategy roll out in front of us.
Yeah. We're watching it unfold.
Yes.
Live. Oh, Hannah. That's not a Kraken Slayer. I mean, to be fair, or a Kraken Slayer, I mean Lord Dominic's. He already has Kraken. To be fair, there is an incredible amount of magic damage coming through, but aiming has actually gone for Ginsu's, which is less full-on Pokaisa, right? Where if you go with, like Ludens, you actually... It's very reminiscent of the Pokaisa Volt that we saw last year. And you have a lot more threats still in the team fights. So I think you really need Lord Doms into this team to actually, especially as a soul damage threat.
Oh, they find the prison under effort. He's going to try and crash his way out of this. He's going to do so. Karis will turn up, possibly out of position, as somehow effort is walking very slowly to safety, and it is the Rakan that goes down. Lehens just caught against the wall there by the Poppy. How how did that play from effort work in any way, shape, or form, Chronicle? Explain it to me.
I don't know if it did.
Well, I mean, yeah, okay, so wait, they lose Lehens, and now KT have priority on the Baron.
They're forcing a play here. Look at the speed with which this goes down, but they got to peel off, I think.
This Kai'Sa does so much work. Umpty just has to watch, but can they get out is the question. The Everfrost comes on in, gets a fair bit of CC as they're all against the wall. That's the all-out used onto BDD. Is aiming, dives on top of Henna. That was dangerous. He had red-white, but it's not going to be enough. Karras going to blow up, and now it's aiming, getting one up to the other. Effort not going to be so lucky this time. And somehow, it went from Lehens getting picked to KT getting Baron and everything else.
And Brion, again, the target management just isn't there as aiming picks up his 1500th kill, or actually a couple more, as we can see here in that fight. And it's the exact same problem that they had in that bot side skirmish, which is everyone is fighting their own fight, but they need to be on the same page. Morgan like dragged over BDD, tried to take him down, but BDD just gets out and is completely fine as they go all the way back to display, which started off with a what looked like a really rough goal for Brion, but then Lehens crucially just oversteps a little bit. I don't know if they know that Morgan is also here. The steadfast presence.
Yeah, fantastic.
And this is, of course, something you always are going to have to respect. But then here, I want to again draw your attention to how scattered Brion is, right? Because we have a lot of damage goes down in Keen, but then they have to peel back. By the time that effort is back, the health bars of Umpty, of Henna, of Kara is all too low. And I wish we could like slow this down, because the way that... Oh, hold up, we don't have time!
Yeah, bro, looking for this. Drake, they need to deny the soul. Lehens wrapping around, keep diving into the pit. This could be do or die for Bro. Can they lock it down? Yes, they can. Umpty secures the Drake, but can they get out? The Sand Soldier's doing so much work. Lehens finds the backline. He ties them all up. The Emperor's Divide going to come forward. It's only Umpty that goes down, but now Bro, they're on the back foot. Keen goes golden. Morgan's limping out of there. Karras getting a few extra dashes here with some essence that he picked up, but he is still on the run, and Keen's going to get that last auto. Morgan's going to go down. KT will get the ace, and they will take down the Nexus. So they got denied the soul, but the Nexus is probably the more important part.
And this is the reality of Summer. KT's team fighting is incredible. The ability to find these... Oh, wait, they don't have a wave yet.
They got one in the bottom.
I think they can hold. They can definitely try and contest the end here. They should lose at the least the bot side inhibitor as well, but with Henna up in 10 seconds, game is not technically over, which...
It is feeling somewhat done.
Yeah, no, it's really bad, but it's not over. Like, the Nexus hasn't fallen yet. And
True.
As you told me,
yeah,
that's how you win the game.
We don't count chickens here. Not until the Nexus has exploded. I think that's how the saying goes. We're going to have a look at this one more time. Keen gets into the pit, and look at Lehens. Just finds the backline. He was on vision the whole time, and Bro just kind of knew that it was going to be difficult to get out of this situation.
Yeah, and this is something I really want to draw attention to. It's, again, how well KT is setting up for Aiming, and like how they are slowly advancing the battle line up until the point where Aiming can literally just ult into multiple people.
He ulted into as much the middle of Bro as he could find.
Yeah. You got to get that Q value. You got to get the maximum amount of damage. And another issue there, rather something that was unfortunate for Brion, was that Umpty was only able to find the ultimate on Cuz, which, yeah, there was no Sejuani, but that did mean that the damage was still there. And I think this is where you really start to see some of the limitations of the Brion composition, which is as long as KT either are on top of Henna, are zoning Henna, or are threatening Henna, right? With Lehens was a great example. Like, yes, he goes down, but everyone on Brion has to keep Henna safe, because the moment Henna goes down, you immediately lose the fight. And
we're in a bit of a pause, ladies and gentlemen. I don't believe it is on KT's side, although we did see that, so Keen having a little bit of an issue here, and he is, I think he just restarted, we can see, back into the game now. And very quickly, well, we're just into it. So it might have been just like a little bit of an FPS thing. And to go back to my IT support roots, generally the fix to everything is turn it off and on again.
You have roots in IT support?
Yeah, I worked as IT support technician for 3 years.
feel like I have heard this before, but I didn't remember it.
I know, it's very strange.
I can't see that.
I was also in web admin. For
Web
an educational
Admin Atlas.
software company. Yes. Yep.
Man,
We all had to come from somewhere.
Talk about a backstory.
Yeah. I'm also really into Star Wars Lego, and I love rollerblading. Anything else you'd like to know?
Well, those things I am very aware of, so sharing those with the world is empty. It's not going to find anyone. And now for KT with 2 inhibitors down, it's very easy. You put Keen in the side lane. No one can touch him. Went Shojin, by the way, so basically untouchable in the 1v1. Has a stopwatch as well, and like we might see a collapse on Keen here, but
look at him. He's going on a journey.
yeah, I think he will be fine. He has stopwatch and flash.
Are the Nexus turrets going to be fine? Is Everfrost going to be avoided because Keen's diving on top of Umpty? Leap strikes away, and now Cuz is going to find the backline. Pro are a little bit too far away from home. It is a decent step past presence, but they've got more ground to make up. A defensive Magnustorm as Lahens dives into the backline. Henna has red-white, but he's going to be whipped up by aiming into the backline. Double kill for the Kai'Sa. F at the last man standing. It's going to be a double for Keen at the same time, and KT just a little bit of dot and I's and crossing T's as they take down Bro here in game 1.
And there were some all-right moments for Brion, but KT show you need more. You can't just cruise by, because the team fighting that this team has been showing has been exceptional. And the form of aiming is, I think, the biggest difference maker for me. The restraint, and even when he does go for the inside multiple people.
He has the restraint when he needs it, but also is aiming when he doesn't.
Which it wasn't used to be his biggest problem was he was always aiming.
Yeah.
Now he can,
he's aiming plus a bit of restraint, which is it's what we needed.
And to me, and this is something that I really want to give KT credit for, and I think it's something that Gen G, for example, does really well, is how well they play around enabling their AD carries. Because the space that is bought by the rest of KT in forcing cooldowns on the opposing side, in making sure that Hannah doesn't get to play the game, and keeping Karis off the backline, means that all aiming needs to do is wait for the right moment and then go in. And he does so very, very nicely. And then obviously the team fighting prowess of the rest of the team comes through. Lahens, you know, couple of oopsies in that one, but not going to matter too much in the end. And for Brion, I really think you need to step it up more in the early game if you want to take down this KT.
I think that's true. Proactivity has always been a bit of an issue for Bro. And it is continuing to plague them a little bit here. Also a little bit uninspired in the Ahri, but we'll see what the space has to say about it after a short break, and then we'll get into game number 2. See you then.
괜찮아. 나랑 같이 내일 원컵 낼 수 있긴 해. 내가
내쪽 본다. 여기 걸자. 여기 싸움 볼게. 야, 가서 바질 테리다 우리. 자, 천천히 텔 찍을게. 천천히 텔 찍을게. 텔 찍어줘. 자, 뒤에 찍어서 천천히 해봐. 풀체크. 몰라. 렐 뿌리다.
말이 궁합도. 앞에 늘었어. 하나만. 시원하잖아.
안 죽냐?
시원하잖아. 시원해.
내꺼. 까비.
됐어.
Hello and welcome to The Space. I am Valdez. With me is, of course, Ox and Wolf today, and we're going to be breaking down that game number 1, as it did take a little while to get across the line, but eventually KT were able to get the job done. So what do you guys think about this game number 1?
Well, I think we can start talking about the draft, which, you know, I had some questions about. I think leaving the Sejuani open against KT when they were really the team that were the forefront of going Sejuani Renekton seemed a bit risky. They didn't opt for the Renekton in the first rotation, and then I had some question marks about the bans. Like, KT banned Alistair, which made me think they were going to pick Rel on 4. Then they didn't. And then we saw, we saw the Nautilus being banned by the likes of Breon, which I think if KT ended up picking Nautilus on 4, you could just go Braum. But also left the Jax open. Like, it was so clear.
It was so strange because obviously, as you mentioned, the Sejuani pairs so well with both of these topside champions. So you and I were watching this going like 100% they banned both, right? They didn't. They picked the Rel because they were like, oh, KT are going to get it on 5 when they should have gotten it on 4. But the Rel doesn't actually really work very well with the composition they have. They don't have a lot of combos or follow-up or setup for this Rel pick. So while it was relatively strong in the laning phase, this composition for Bro just didn't really make that much sense to me. And I want to talk about the win rate of Breon when they are ahead at 15 minutes, because they're down at 55.6. They're 9th in the league, so they get early game leads a lot. In this game, they got a lead after that Herald fight, weren't able to turn it into anything. For context, Live Sandbox sitting around 83.3% when they are ahead at 15. So this is the second worst team next to Nongshim right now when they're ahead at 15 minutes of closing games out, and it just continues to be a problem. It needs to change.
Yeah, I think it's frustrating the amount of times they have gotten those leads, like against Gen G. And I think the Live Sandbox example is great because obviously they're a team with a similar place in the standings as Breon. But when they get a lead, when they do manage to find one, they're pretty good at closing out with it. But Breon, it just seems like so often. This game as well. This game isn't included in the stat, but they came in, they had a gold lead in the early game after the Herald fight, and then didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, it's a rough situation because I think it's kind of a team issue, right? Maybe a shot calling issue. It's something that's not as easy as, oh, we're just going to grind a bunch of solo queue and fix this. It's been a problem for Bro for a very long time, so kind of hoping that they can solve that one. Let's take a look at the highlights here. We're going to take a look at the first one, which was 25 minutes in on the Baron.
This is after Breon get a kill on Lehen's. Effort is so late into this fight, and look at the crash down engage here. He does almost nothing, and then Morgan's chasing the Azir on the top side here, so also BDD is not really a part of this fight, and Breon's positioning is so broken up and so chaotic that somehow they still end up killing the Aphelios in this fight. And you just can't be more disjointed than what we saw from Bro there. To be fair, they were a bit late to show up to the Baron, but they should have realized KT were going to peel back to that. They were just so late to arrive, and we have to see way better team fighting, more decisiveness from this team in positions like this.
And I think as well, when you played into the Kai'Sa, which Aiming was on, that pick is so good when fights are broken up, when people start getting isolated. And I think in all the later fights, he was pretty much just untouched. He was able just to ult in freely, finding like scenarios where he's basically 1v1 against the Aphelios, which should be rare in these late game setups. So it was really free for the Kai'Sa just to run rampant in these fights.
Yeah, and Aiming did a great job in this game, as we will talk about a little bit later. Let's get into the second highlight, which, right after the Baron fight, KT are like, this dragon is ours, but Bro wanted to fight it.
It was not Lehen's greatest game. He's trying to look for an optimistic flank engage here, but he dies instantly. Cuz is not in this fight. He just wasn't there for a majority of it, but just a stopwatch setup here. 2 stopwatches from KT are enough to buy the space for Aiming to pop off and carry this. And once again, the Aphelios just not making the same impact.
Yeah, and I think the team just never, there's obviously some onus on the Aphelios themselves, but also I feel like the team didn't set up around it. And I feel like we've seen consistently with this pick, the teams like Gen G who are good at playing around the Aphelios and making that structured backline are really successful with it, but that was clearly not going on here.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an issue. Guys, we do have the player of the game ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up here on the side of KT for game number 1. It will, in fact, be the man who is showing more restraint in his aiming nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's perfect KDA, 8-0 and 6. I think a lot of the team fights were won by the fact that, as Ox just mentioned, it was a little bit broken up. He's able to pop off and carry in the chaos, and you'll see that the highlights here for Aiming are the same ones that we had, just because a lot of this game was a lot of broken up fights and not a whole lot of action in the early game. But when it came to the late game, he had a big enough lead, he could just clean up house.
Yeah, and I think last split, there was definitely some moments where aiming did look a little bit underwhelming, where maybe one of the weaker members on the team. But I think so far this season, he's been performing really solidly for the team, which has been a big reason why KT have been so successful.
Yeah, pretty interesting. You see, 8 votes for aiming, but also 1 for everybody else except Lehens, who, as you mentioned, Wolf, a little bit of a struggle streak. Lehens, as we know, is a great player, didn't have the most dominant performance on the Recon. Still waiting to see if he would have picked up that Rel in the future. Not Rahel, the AD carry of DK Challengers. Bro is going to pick up the blue side, which we do expect. And guys, we are done here on the space. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Space Gentlemen. Absolutely fantastic breakdown of the game number 1. Because, yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of action. It was all about building suspense. And then KT kind of rolled over them in the end. I like to think that there was always hope for Bro. But the stat, the wins with gold advantage at 15, that is telling a lot.
Yeah, the stats do not lie. But as you say, one of the main cornerstones, one of the tenets of story writing is you need build-up, you need stakes, you need suspense, and maybe that's what Brian is giving us here by setting up for the inevitable. The inevitable. I couldn't even finish the sentence, Atlas. You know me.
Well, I mean,
they have time committing to the
They
bid.
have to win the last game of this series. That is still possible for us to have an appropriate best of 7 with side selection being swapped. Correctly. That's how it's supposed to go. It is currently looking like KT are relatively unbeatable in this particular series. Has been since week 2 here in the LCK. We have no change in the bans thus far. Annie Viego, Tristan LeBlanc. It is all as expected. Vi and Nico should be going away next. And then the first pick, Poppy, came in for Umpty. The biggest change I want to see is no Ari. I just don't think it works for Bro. They need something that, like this, that can work in the late game to create space and peel effectively for Henna, and maybe something a little bit simpler to play as well, because I think the space brought it up a lot, right? The disjointedness in how Bro were playing. You need a way to keep it a little bit more simple in this game. Azir can certainly do that. Allows you to swoop in, make the game about yourself. As Kai'Sa and Sejuani going to be locked in here. It was Azir Kai'Sa last time around with no Azir available. Now just going to lock away the other 2 that were very important. Does give Poppy Azir over to Bro, which is very, very good for them. And the Aphelios one more time.
And now BDD often likes going for the Taliyah, but I don't expect Brion to really prioritize banning that away. I don't think the pick is that strong. Might still see it come through. We'll see. Yone is another one, especially with Kai'Sa. And this is, I think, one of the biggest benefits of this new Kai'Sa build. You can go Yone here and still plenty of AP damage. Plenty of opportunity. We'll see which bans Brion end up going for as the Jax is locked in. Jax Sejuani, self-explanatory, extremely strong. A little bit more early game focused and mid-game skirmishy as opposed to the Jax, which obviously becomes an incredible threat when we get to the later stages of the game and in the 1v1.
Very true. Does Morgan have a Quinn prepared? Does he have a Gangplank in his back pocket? As Twisted Fate taken away from BDD, of course, a big favorite of his. Could certainly create some issues. Of course, Twisted Fate Kai'Sa do work relatively well together if Kai'Sa is in the vicinity when the gold card comes out. Morgan has played some Gangplank in the past, to be honest. Doesn't win lane against Renekton, but definitely scales a lot better. We saw Doran have a good time in it last time, so it's something worth keeping into the back of your mind. As Rel R4 might be a possibility here for KT if they decide to go there. Wasn't exactly a pick that Effort looked fantastic on, as the Taliyah will be banned away from BDD, trying to get rid of any sort of global threat that he might have.
So, playing Yone is not fun into Poppy, but playing Yone into Azir and... Oh, that's a very different angle. Because I was about to say, like, playing Yone into Poppy does feel pretty unfun. It's really good into Thalios, but BDD is bringing it back. I forgot who was the first person. Was it Karis actually who picked it up? I feel like it was Brion, but it might just be because Lava played it so much. But I know we've seen it already.
Yes. I don't remember who actually played it this season. That is a very good
because it was like, I think it was this week, it might have been last week, as the Cassante. And right now, I do think that the Brion comp looks a lot better because of the Azir. One of the big issues was that Karus wasn't really able to hit the mark, and it was Karus. It was Karus. So I did remember correct. And I do think that the Veigar can do well into what is a relatively short-range comp, but into the Azir is pretty interesting. Don't feel like that is the best of matchups, because when it comes to the amount of power that you have available as Veigar into short-range characters, you're feeling great. When it's into specifically characters that arrange you, and Milio, I think, actually does a pretty good job of dealing with it, as Lance just picks Nautilus again, as he likes to do.
Yeah.
And on either side, I think it's going to be a lot of Merc treads. Again, I think we're going like 4 on either side here, because the amount of CC that's available is pretty hefty. Brion's comp, the engage potential, I do think is a little bit more lackluster, but when you look at the rest of the comp, a lot more peel for Henna, a lot more reliable damage, great kiting, and KT did really go all in on the we are a short-range comp into Poppy, Aphelios, and Azir.
And Milio. Yeah. And I feel like Veigar into Milio just sounds really not fun. Because you put down your cage, it does the little forming thing, and then Milio's like, and everyone's fine. Yeah. So that could be difficult to play around for KT. Definitely some tools that Bro have in place this time. The Azir, one of Karus's favorites, up against Speedy, who's very comfortable playing into the Azir because he knows the champion so incredibly well. He's on the Veigar this time around. That's going to be his option to try and take it down. And KT, they definitely have a composition that can work a little bit faster this time. We'll see whether that is how they're going to try and play it out, whether Bro can keep them at arm's length until they decide that they want to take a fight and get an advantage. Just have to see whether OK Savings Bank Brion are going to be able to pull it together for a victory, bring us to the deciding Game 3, and beat KT in a single game for the first time since Week 1. No other team's been able to do it. See whether they can here as we hop onto the Rift. KT fans in full voice here, as they very much were in game number 1 as well, but definitely some OK Savings Bank Brion fans here at Lowell Park today. As aiming looks towards this ward, Epic going to clear out the vision. BDD trying to find some baleful strikes in the early game. Always fun if you can start stacking that one up early. As Morgan, he's on a ward, going to get that 5 gold and just walk to lane. You love to see it. Already an advantage for Bro. They've killed a ward. They pinged a ward. Excellent. That's money right there. So now they have a gold advantage. Moving towards 15 minutes, Chronicler. Oh dear!
Yeah, but they still only win like 55% of their matches.
That's what I'm saying. It's an ominous sign.
You know, that'll get you nerfed on the next patch, but that's not hotfix territory.
No.
Which I feel like it should be when you get a gold lead. Not the case for the Bros, unfortunately. And yeah, I expect the result of this match to be no different, but I do think this KT composition is worse than the last one. I like Brion's a bit more, particularly because the ability of Brion to set up around Henna should be better here.
Yeah.
But, you know, will they actually do that? That is a whole nother thing, because as the desk, I think, highlighted very well as well, it didn't really feel like they were able to in game number 1, and even with Karus on a more consistent DPS threat, I do think that, again, it will just stand and fall with can Henna play the game.
Yes, and can Umpty find the engages that they're looking for, as KT very comfortably collect themselves level 2. And we'll see whether Henna is going to do a good job clearing up these minions underneath the turret. That's going to help him out there, and it is going to be pretty fine for the Aphelios at this point. Cozy Campfire there, as Bro hit level 2 as well. And the Aphelios and Milio combo has looked relatively good here in the LCK also. Looking forward to seeing whether Effort and Henna can find a few extra advantages. As Cuz clearing out his bottom side jungle, going for a bit of a full clear. And you can see it was Umpty in his top side, but leaves his Gromp. Looking to get down towards that bottom lane, potentially. See whether he does get there. As Keen playing far more aggressively at this point. Does have level 3 available. Looking to dash on in there, try and get some damage down onto Morgan. And this Crocodile, whether he actually gets off the ground in this early stage, I think it's going to be very important in this game, given what you've already stated about KT's composition. Very, very short range, but you can really change the flow of this game and take it away from being about the compositions if Keen turns into a giant Crocodile. And Umpty kind of knows it as he is in position, but not going to find the third Q is Morgan. He's going to move on over, doesn't take the turret shot. And it looks like the Poppy is going to back away.
It's going to flush over the wall. That's kind of what I was waiting for.
Yeah, I wanted to see it as well.
I'm talking Herald wall. Talking go all the way as the hook.
Well, speaking of all the way, there is the hook. They managed to get the passive as well, as Henna is absolutely fine. Cozy Campfire put down, grabbing him in a great position here is Henna. And Cuz just limps his way out. Lahen's back there in position for another hook, if he'd like to get one. Good effort.
Ooh, Umpty, you got to make your way over to the bot lane. Hex Flash.
Yeah, it's the wraparound as the flash out from Henna. But you'll go flash for flash. Lahen's, he's got a backup version of the summoner spell. He's probably even happier to use out of this brush.
Yeah, he doesn't care, right? Was channeling his Hex Flash right there. And Umpty will just get spotted on the ward. And the initial play, Effort loses his sums, but that's not the end of the world. With Melio, you're looking to position a bit more safely anyway. But Henna also losing his flash is really big, because it does mean that any subsequent play of Lahen's or Cuz around an early skirmish has a lot more room for success. And already, just based off of the laning, we're seeing some pretty substantial leads be generated here. Obviously, the top side one, self-explanatory. We saw Keen do a great job early, and this is with Morgan getting his counter pick. And so far, it's not really working out. But then BDD's build up a lead, aiming through the continued and diligent effort being put forward by Lance and Cuz, now also sitting on a sizable lead, and things are not looking too hot for Breon here.
Morgan having to flash out of the way of the Crocodile. Gonna demolish this turret in a matter of moments.
Oh boy.
Is this 2 plates? It's looking like 2 plates.
Yeah, you remember yesterday's game between Sandbox and Gen.G, game 1 and then game 2?
I think I was there, yeah.
Yeah, this is feeling eerily reminiscent of that.
Yeah, where it's like, oh, we feel like the draft's been improved, and it just doesn't really matter. It is seeming a little bit like that, and KT, of course, in a similar echelon to Gen.G at the moment as far as winningness is concerned. Winningness is an official term, I think.
Yeah. They're, particularly with the situation regarding T1, and I'd argue even before that, right? Even T1 with Faker was struggling.
I think this whole season season has to be...
Yeah, but it's actually, like, I think they've been struggling since the beginning, but with them having a really hard time against Nongshim as well.
Yeah.
I think it really showed. It really is just Gen.G and KT, so the similarities make sense.
Lahen's in a little bit of trouble here as Cuz moving on over. Umpty getting a little bit frustrating, has Effort right on top of him as Karis dives towards towards BDD, sorry. But he sets up the event horizon, aiming an after cleanse. Emperor's Divide onto just Cuz, and he's going to use that to taxi flash his way out. And it's once again one of these moments when no one dies and like lots of summoner spells are used and stuff, and now we have to work out who wins.
Love the taxi flash. That sounds like fun.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it was, right?
It is. He's completely fine, makes his way out, and no objective will be taken by either team here. And looking at the summoner's trade, I guess it's favorable for Breon, because, you know, Karis had to flash, but
there you go.
We had cleanse from aiming and flash from Cuz. It's not a big win, but
we take those.
As a Breon fan, you'll take anything.
They don't have a gold lead as we move towards 8 minutes into the game. That means 45% of the time they win games like this, okay?
That's not how statistics work.
What do you mean? They have a 55% win rate if they're ahead. That means they have a 45% win rate if they're behind, okay?
I know you know that's not what it means.
I like being creative when it's bro stats, okay? We're allowed to be creative when it's bro stats. Back me up, chat. Okay, Keen moving down there, gonna steal away this blue buff.
Anyone that works in statistics just started writing a very angry tweet as Umpty, no!
Oh dear. Or thread. Umpty's gonna get himself out. And Cuz just continues to steal everything away.
One of my friends works as a in psychology.
A statistician?
Yeah, she does a lot of statistics. I don't know what a response would have been at hearing you say that, but
I mean, I'm a statistician as well, as I just used a whole bunch of stats there.
Yeah, you did.
We've been using stats, you know, our whole career, so we're very, very good at it. So obviously,
so
that was a real stat.
Bottom line, you take those odds if you're a Brion.
Oh, yeah. 55% of the time, every time. As BDD back in this mid lane, just trying to get these stacks. Karis has evened things out, but with a full wave moving towards BDD, should retain a slight advantage. Bro are going to look for a neutral objective at 9 minutes.
Loving this.
With full vision
Contest is
control.
coming through. Can they win the fight? Effort is level 6. Lehans is not.
Yeah, and there's the hook. It's going to connect, but there's the fire kick. They do manage to get the stun on the header. Moonlight Vigil will connect, though, and Lehans is going to walk his way out. And, of course, as per usual, no one's dead, but Bro get a Drake.
These are the moments where I'm like, Brion, you gotta send it, right? Like the moments of weakness like that, I don't know if you're getting again. Like you gotta.
I mean,
Drake.
Umpty sent it. He keepers verdicted.
No, I know, but like the moment that it's so tough because I think for Brion, it's also the kind of as you lose more and more, you lose confidence, and they were in the first place always a pretty slow team. But if you don't push ever, then KT are just gonna look for an opportunity, wait, and then. Eventually you get out-rotated, right? KT's team fighter looks a lot more crisp. I think you got to try and be willing to flip a little bit left or right, and that seemed like a good opportunity with 2 people getting knocked away, but you don't want to take the risk. Gonna fall substantially behind when it comes to goal there with plates also going over to BDD and Cuz.
Yep. BDD as well, you could see, was avoiding the wall that he got killed at in game number 1. He's still relatively low. Karis could swoop in on him. Doesn't have flash available though. BDD does have his. As here's an all-out. And they pull him into the waiting arms of the heroic charge. That is a dead crocodile. Cleanly played by the Lord and his general.
Come on, Keen. Should counterplay that.
Yeah, what? I heard that you were really good top lane guy.
Whew. Unbelievable.
Yeah, pretty impossible to do anything in that situation, but it was very well played by Morgan.
Yeah, there's nothing there. The only thing that Keen could have possibly done was flash the initial Cassante Q. That really was it. Not going to be the case. And nicely done from Umpty, actually. I didn't understand at first. I was like, when I saw him activate the blast gun with his buckler, I'm like, did he misclick? But no, it was all completely set up.
Yep.
And didn't even actually go for the Q, just starts it off with the W. And then, as you point out, in the waiting arms, 0 opportunity for him to get out of there. And I am not a big fan of this 4-0 rush into Renekton.
Oh, not again.
Yeah, I know like Cassante's skills with defensive stats, and Renekton has sustain, but it's not a great first item. I know.
I'm okay with Bramble Vest. Totally down with Bramble Vest.
Yeah,
then build a Sunfire Cape for goodness sake, please.
I'm not really on board, and I also think that a lot of the trades that Keen is going to go for is just him going in with a Q and not really ordering you. So. Bit rough on that one.
Bit of a battle down here. They're looking for effort. Oh, everyone just leaves. He finds the hook, and it doesn't matter now. Sejuani nowhere to go. Does find a Winter's Wrath, but that is a very dead piggy. And Karis going to swoop in and grab it. 2-0 now in favor of the Bros.
And again, it centers around Umpty going for aggressive plays. The rest of his team more than ready to back him up. And now Brion pulling closer when it comes to the gold deficit. Not only just yet, but maybe they're trying to avoid that dreaded win percentage by being not up any goal.
No, this is the thing. You know, they're going for that 45%.
No, I do actually think that with how these early fights have been going, I'm hoping for just more decisive result of them. And when it comes to getting people, Fed, Karis, very high up there, him and Hannah are going to have to do the heavy lifting here. It's up to Morgan, Umti, and Effort to set up for the carries. And right now, things are not looking too bad here for Brion in this early game.
Voidseeker not going to connect there as Kane. He's still pretty scary. Like, he has a gigantic CS advantage.
Yeah,
so
KT's still up almost 1k gold.
Yeah. And Morgan can be very happy about his cool spiky clothes that he's built for himself, but Kane, I don't think, is going to be too worried about it. Can just wait until any grievous wounds wear off, and then still just use his Cull the Meek.
I don't want to judge Morgan too hard, you know, because we might think it's just a phase, but
I mean, there's a lot of. He's not the only one.
If he wants to wear spiky clothing, then you know we kind of
no, it's exactly right. Yeah, it's about finding your identity, and if that's who you want to be.
And he thought he wanted to be a crocodile. But here we are.
Keen decided that he was a crocodile first, and you can only have one apparently.
As there is a lane swap to come through here. The Herald is spawning in about 40 seconds, and KT looking to get in on that early, as we have Chemtech already taken off. Cuz you are you're down a member. That is not your side of the map. Trying to play out a turn here, and this should be a second Drake, and Hannah also a great setup for killing turrets. Oh, Morgan. Oh boy, he is Cassante.
Yeah, as Lehens, he's over there. Morgan's like, he's going to clear out the way. He'll Cassante it. Shoutouts to Shrimp.
They're going to get first turret blood and a dragon.
First turret blood, a Drake, a second Drake. They might even be able to move up, grab themselves a Herald.
They're even on gold.
This is bro, not only being totally fine gold-wise, they have 100%, they have infinity % of the kills, and they are monopolizing.
What dragon is it going to be?
The dragons. And it's going to be a Cloud.
Oh, no.
Yeah, vanilla. Pretty vanilla, isn't it? Rice. It's the rice again.
It's vanilla ice cream.
Yeah.
It's white rice. No, maybe you get a little bit of soy sauce.
And to be honest, a really good vanilla ice cream.
Okay, yeah.
Gorgeous.
Yeah,
amazing.
I mean, I like rice as well, but this is not
But
like...
it doesn't make you enthused, does it? You're not going to go to the fancy restaurant and be like, your best white rice, please.
No. Well, unless you're getting, sushi, because then I think that the rice actually is one of the big selling points.
I think the fish on it is generally the better.
I don't know. I think the rice is an underrated part.
All right. That's an opinion you can have.
Yeah.
You're welcome to have it. As, KT are ahead by 200 gold, but they are behind all of the dragons ever. They do have themselves Shirley, and they already employed Shelly as well. So could be some turrets, could go down, but the Aphelios has already dealt with that bottom lane. Harris setting up a Shuriman face-off here in the bottom lane. Oh, face-off. Nick Cage, John Travolta. It's been a while since I've seen that one. Did you watch that film?
I don't remember anything.
No, I don't
remember
remember
the premise.
Apart from the faces and them not being on.
Yeah.
I remember that part.
I mean, that's the most important part.
What do you think the best Nick Cage movie is?
That's,
I'm
gonna just come out and say it. My first instinct, National Treasure 1 and 2.
Oh, that's a good one.
I think when you have to rate it objectively as aiming.
Yeah, gonna flash the Emperor's Divide, but still has to use a summoner spell to get out of the way of Karis. Karis did invest his as well, though, as Shirley's gonna make her way down towards this outer turret in mid lane. KT will still trade up in this moment, as flashes had to be traded in the top lane. Still some good aggression from Karis. You like to see that.
I think the actual one is, what is it, Leaving Las Vegas? The one where he, the one about being an alcoholic, and he does that's actually genuinely heartbreakingly well acted.
Oh.
Or is it Fear and Loathing? I always mix up the two.
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas? Is Nick Cage in that?
It might be Leaving Las Vegas, which I think is, that's why I'm confused. Any movie buff in chat will be able to
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that's not him. I think wasn't that Johnny Depp?
I don't know. But I think that's probably the actual answer. But to me, it's National Treasure. 1 or 2 doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Although
I liked Sorcerer's Apprentice.
I like the first one because it has Sean Bean in it, and he's a bad guy because of course he is.
Yeah, no, he has to be.
That's great.
That's how that one goes.
So we will have a fight in about 2 minutes.
What was So I could only watch half of the movie on the plane. The one about Nick Cage just being himself.
Oh yeah, the unbearable weight of massive talent with Pedro Pascal.
Yeah.
Oh, that was hilarious.
I really enjoyed the first half.
That you saw on the plane.
No spoilers though, because I haven't finished it yet.
Why not?
Because it was on the plane.
Oh.
I was in a stupor. So I didn't actually think to try and get the movie once I got home. You know? That's how it sort of goes. Life on a plane just gets forgotten immediately afterwards.
Yeah, it's a weird time as Karis might be good. Oh, wait.
The prison... Oh, who's trapping who? As KT, they are over the wall, but Cuz is taking a lot of damage. Oh, he's going to deny the exit! And Cuz will now land the prison. He has to flash to get himself out as Karis gets over the wall and everyone's trying to move, but they can't. Aiming, he's going to get singled out, though the Q's going to land it from a million miles away. Henna gets aiming out of this one. Still, of course, like no one dies in these fights. It's just not how it goes. Event Horizon goes down. BDD going to walk back to the turret, and a Sun Disc falls.
That might be one of the...
Oh! That was a Hex Flash and a hook that missed.
The most high-value cages I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Because he got like... I think Umti flashed into it, and I think Karis got hit by the Cuz ult first as he was chasing, and then also got caged. No one dies.
Yeah, there was just not a lot of actual outcome, but there were a lot of buttons being pressed. Let's have a look at all these buttons be pressed again.
Because it's a trap within a trap. They think they're trapping Karis, but they're actually trapping Cuz, who then gets stopped when he tries to take the blast cone. And then here, with the knockup, it looks like Cuz is dead. But he hits the ult. Oh, yeah, no, it actually is. The use the ult early. So look at the value of that cage. 2 flashes.
And Effort, I think,
one dash, one
it
flash.
as well.
Yeah.
But he was a little bit late.
It is very unfortunate, and as a result, everyone on KT just walks it off.
Yep. Yep. Walking it off is kind of the theme of today's first series.
A lot of cooldowns are now down for Breon, and most of them will be up for KT here, or will be coming up very shortly, and it looks like the Fur Dragon, the Soul Point, are going to get picked up here.
Nope, but Bro took the first 2 drinks, so this isn't Soul Point for KT.
Yeah.
And that is the main thing that we need to focus on. 1 Ocean Drake? Haha, who cares? So still absolutely fine for Bro. They're going to take this outer turret in trade on the top side of the map. Harris pretty happily going through that one. Does have the Leandries built up. So not going to go for the more defensive option in the Crown. Wants to have more consistent damage and cut through some of these tanks.
Yeah, the extra damage is going to really do a lot of work against the health stackers on the opposing team. Keen, Cuz, all going to be pretty substantially beefy.
I actually really like it as well when you've gone Merc Treads. Merc Treads Crown feels like anti-damage.
It really is the build where I think like once you hit like 3 items, that's when when you're on board. But yeah, the 1 and 2 item spike is very, very negligible, and I think this composition needs the extra damage.
It's not an item spike; it's like an item mound. You know,
it's you know in the Netherlands we have
an item bump.
Oh, maybe Umti. Oh, it does spot some people, so should be fine here. It's like what in the Netherlands we call hills, which in other countries probably wouldn't even qualify for like a small bump. We make do. We're not a country of a lot of height differentials, unfortunately.
It's really interesting. Here in Korea, they call anything that's a hill a mountain, basically, because it is either it's a mountain or it's flat.
Yeah.
You really just don't have very much in between.
No.
Whereas in Australia, we don't have that many mountains, and everything's a hill.
It's mountain ranges.
Yeah. So it's pretty undulating.
Yeah, we have 0 in the Netherlands. We have like 1
Yeah, you're pretty
area.
flat, isn't it?
Yeah, like I think 60% of the country is underneath like the water.
Yeah.
level.
Yeah, no, I heard about that.
It's just farmland. So Anna, this should be a bait. They should be aware that people are collapsing on him.
Yeah, Cuz in position, but they know exactly what's going on. Umti moving around. Who's trapping who?
2 item
the
spikes.
Story of this series, to be honest. So Hen's moving forward. Okay, he could be the target that they're looking for, but BDD's rotating around. They finally get some vision there in that brush. As a hook is going to land. Steadfast presence is fantastic. Heroic charge, but he's right into the wall. Henna's still going to take down the hands, but Umpty, he's taking so much damage. King gets in there and rips up the body. It's a 1-for-1, but now Morgan, he's inside the Thunderdome though. The Event Horizon's going to trap. Who's trapping Cassante? No one. They are just going to get out. This time, though, it's a 1-for-1 instead of a 0-for-0. We're upgrading.
Yeah, but the jungler is down for Brion. And if I know KT, they might try and make a play towards Baron here. They not, but they are faking it, maybe looking for a pick here as Brion make their way in. Looks like Brion have figured out that this is not, in fact, happening. Morgan's very unfortunate flash there. If he picks Cuz, then maybe they can get something going. Cuz still at the ready here. They're trying to go for this turret.
Yeah, Cuz going to get over there as Mega Fire Kick does come through. Morgan going to buffer that CC ignore in the W, and he'll be absolutely fine. Just Cassante things, guys. Get that spam in chat. And KT not going to be able to find too much, but they defend their outer turret in mid lane, and so therefore, yeah, it's just kind of as usual. Not a whole lot eventuating from these situations. But we are getting action, right?
Yes.
That's the thing. Like, the 3-1 sort of says that we're getting, like, 0 kills a minute.
Which we are, but they are fighting.
They are fighting. It's just very safe fighting. We've got our pads on, helmets on, all that sort of stuff.
So what's really interesting is that I was pretty skeptical about the Veigar in this situation. What we do see is that BDD both is really good at breaking up fights, and I also think it makes Karus' job a lot harder. With this Zero, you're generally going to be looking for like these big shuffle into the backline plays, but the threat of a cage and BDD, with how short the cooldown already is, can just keep throwing them down. Big Shurima shuffles are really hard to actually execute upon. You really have a very small timing window, and it also requires other cooldowns on KT to be unavailable. But what is important is that Brion does stay within touching distance, and my biggest win is that they are actually seemingly understanding that we need to protect Hannah, and everything else we do needs to be in service of that, or maybe Karus in a pinch. As long as that's the case, I think Brion can win these team fights. Their front to back is really good. They have so many peeling tools and Emilio for Nephelios that is approaching 3 items.
Exactly, and I feel like their composition gets better with age this time as well. I mean, it wasn't quite the fine wine in game number 1. This time around, though, they're going to benefit from slowing the game down, and that's how Bro should always draft, to be honest, because they play like they have a scaling draft every time regardless. Hook going to miss.
Keen on the flank.
Yeah, there's the Dominus. He's just going to flash on top of F and just whips him up. It's red-white guns, but Henna is still out of this fight. A hook is going to connect. Emperor's Device to try and divide it, but it's not going to work out. The pigeon falls, and sometimes Keen just takes matters into his own hands, and Bro, they are going to be at the wrong end of it.
All the fire in the world couldn't save Effort there. He is just a boy, and he's found by a Crocodile. Keen 100 to 0ing him, and without the Milia, without the ult, the heal, the peel, and all the tools to enable Henna to play the video game, there is no opportunity for Brion to try and fight it out. And as a result, KT, all they needed was that one opportunity, and now the Baron has fallen. That should surely lead to the Dragon as well.
And this is like all of Bro's problems kind of epitomized, right?
Yeah.
Because they wait and wait and wait and wait, and then their opponent finds an angle.
Yeah.
Instead of fight and fight and fight and fight, and then like if you don't win all of the fights but you're stronger and so therefore you win most of them, you're gonna be far ahead. Whereas if you're just waiting for that perfect opportunity and it doesn't really come, then your enemy is going to be able to find that flank angle, find that option before you.
Of all the teams also, KT are not going to give you one.
No.
Like they're 13-0 in last 13 games for a reason. As it's very straightforward, right? You pick up Keen, and then Cousin aiming do a great job of also splitting up the fight by segmenting the rest away. BDD.
And BDD's ultimate was a fadeaway as well. The biggest fadeaway jump shot I've ever seen in my life as he gets Keeper's Verdict away.
And now the game is kind of done. That's just the end of it.
Yeah.
And yeah, for Brion, again, there's a lot of moments, there were a lot of, I think, situations in this game where if they had just fully sent it, like, you might have lost. And that's fine. But instead,
I don't even need them to fully send it. I just need them to kind of send it.
They've been kind of sending it. You know that there were some. Okay, we have 3 kills. This is what they do. This is what Brian does to your brain. You know, you're like,
I know.
No, but they fought so. There's 7 kills in 27 minutes.
And they were fighting, but it just didn't feel like they wanted to really commit to it fully.
And Hannah also, I don't like them all third here. I think in the previous game it made a lot more sense, but this time around, if BDD is on top of you,
I mean, if he gets red-white at the right times and gets that lifeline and he's like being focused, it has a lot of value, but I agree with you. I would have quite liked something to cut down the Sejuani that's going to try and be on top of him as much as possible. Right now, though,
with a dream.
The tough position is Cuz not going to get stunned by the heroic charge. Permafrost comes down. Voidseeker will connect. There is an angle for the Kai'Sa to turn up, but aiming, showing that restraint that we were talking about. Finds Henna there. If he had have just gone in right there as the caster curse flew through, I would have been very sad. But you're right, it would have been pretty perfect. Is BDD caught out of position, or is he? As Effort just explodes. They go 1-for-1. Support for mid laner, though. You're going to say it's all right here for Bro. As the Keeper's Verdict comes in, will be interrupted there by Cuz as Keen dives on top of Henna. The lifeline was kind of working for a second there. Seemed all right. Keen, of course, has GA, so he doesn't really care about this whatsoever. Umpty now underneath the dregs of this turret. And he is going to fall down. Aiming will collect the kill, and now the base is broken. KT, they found that one flank angle, and they are just following through. Able to break open the base now, looking for even more. Keen gets all of that health bar back. They'll take their second inhibitor. The Baron has worn off now. It's going to be 2 inhibs down. KT can go for a reset if they'd like, and then continue pushing forward.
So all they needed was one opening. Just the one. BDD, as we know, will end up going down here, but is able to... Watch what happens to Effort. He was half health.
Yeah, it looked like it was like BDD getting caught, and BDD's like, well, I will kill someone.
And then crucially here, Hannah... Yeah, that's... This... No, it's a magic shield. It's a Renekton.
Yeah. He almost pressed Q with Severum. He almost pressed Q with Severum and got health.
Because he would have either gotten the quote unquote kill. He would have gotten the GA if he had Lord Doms, and he probably could have walked it off, or maybe flashed if he had BT. Yeah.
There's look, I like to give players benefit of the doubt. It was hard to find it in this case.
Well, I'm just thinking. I think Keen makes a very convincing argument why you should optimize for him. You know?
Yeah.
He's like, hey, I'm relevant. I'm a Renekton, and it's 30. But it's a fat Renekton, so he'll just be relevant for a good amount of time.
Let's be honest. Henna has been pretty decent in this game. A lot of things considered. I think a lot of the bro problems happened a lot earlier.
Oh, no.
Of Malmorty.
Oh, no. I want to be very upfront. This is not about Hannah.
There are a lot of buttons being pressed onto this Poppy, who is just in the bouncy castle and then ejected from said bouncy castle to the death chamber. Bro not going to be able to defend this inner turret. Keen is dealing with Nexus turrets here as Karis is just surfing after him. It's not really working out as Keen just going to try and wander his way away from this one, and he will be able to do so. This Nexus turret on 0 health as they will eradicate the last inhibitor on this map. KT looking to get to a near perfect first round robin. If you ignore the first week, they have not lost a single game, and it looks like today it is not going to change. It's best of 7. We're going to have a few games denied potentially, Chronicler. They might be looking for that 4-0 in the matchup. KT looking dominant right now. Not going to be winning it right here, but it's over a 10,000 gold lead. And so it's looking difficult for Bro to find an angle.
I don't really see people here.
Yeah, looking difficult was a bit of an understatement, wasn't it?
Maybe we should go back to some of the statistics.
Yeah.
No, and as we got interrupted about itemization discussion here, they can just hard engage and dive because they're like being pickled up. So there isn't really anything to be done. Meanwhile, King is applying pressure inside. That's it. He'll marry it.
I love it.
Why not? Although I don't know about the Nexus. They could also just go and try and end, but doesn't look like that's the case.
Yeah, Henna is going to cleanse as BDD just finds once again the Melio. So they lack now that ultimate, but Henna should be able to take down BDD. Flashes on top of him, picks up the kill, but he just explodes. Oh no, the Primordial Burst from beyond the grave is going to take down the Aphelios. Keen, he's got a GA, so he doesn't even really mind about what Karis is doing here. The Renekton is going to go against his Emperor as Karis is trying to order him away, but he is not a Sand Soldier, he is a Crocodile.
He's not listening!
He is definitely not. Hook is going to land and the Emperor will fall. That is going to be the ace, and KT will say goodbye to Bro in this series. A 2-0, a comfortable one, and that is just KT remaining on the onslaught. Perfect outside of that week 1 in the first round robin.
And we see KT come in as the favorites, and KT are clearly saying, guys, we know the Brionne Giant Slayer memes, we know the KT don't get excited memes, but we don't care, okay?
No.
We're not that team anymore. And they make a very convincing case here. Some individual moments left and right where still the hands get picked off a couple of times. They had that one pick on Cuz in this one, but outside of that, Cuz died like twice in the series. Although, to be fair, there were not a lot of kills happening. Keen showcasing again that counter pick is relative in League of Legends until it's Keen playing the counter pick, and then in this case, like, he blinded it.
Yeah. And
Morgan counter picked him.
And he was playing Renekton, and I think that if he was Jax, that play would have been the same that he made. Like, he won the game with that flank. Like, that was it. That's what got us there.
I can be very upfront. I went for Keen for POG.
I'm okay with a Crocodile vote when you just find the game-winning play.
You know, I think you can easily go for entire topside because even though it wasn't as apparent.
I really like BDD's Fade Away.
BDD's, yeah, no, I mean, in general, BDD's Veigar was great as well. So there's a lot of great choices here. It feels like one of those things where you're always like, you can always vote for Paze. You can always vote for KT topside. You know, there's always an argument to be made.
You need to flip a 3-sided coin, you know, and then you're all good.
As lands and aiming, perfectly adequate. Aiming, actually, I think looking great today. Obviously, picking up the POG. This game wasn't about it necessarily, but it didn't need to be.
It does, like, it feels like Kai'Sa's look the best though in games that aren't about them. If the game is about them, that means you're mega far ahead.
Yeah, well, it's either mega far ahead or she's the only win con you have, and the enemy team will focus her. And
you probably lose.
And it's Kai'Sa, right? Because she needs to go in to do anything. So if the opponents can ignore anyone else on your team and just wait for you to inevitably take the highway into the backline, then things get very dire. As there were some moments here for Brionne that looked mildly promising.
Yeah, we had to go so far into the game to find these highlights. But this is the game-winning play from Keen. He just says, you're not allowed to have Melio. Effort dies before he can press any sort of button. And that means that Bro are just not able to find anything.
It's both a really well set up fight from KT, right? Them splitting the fight as well. With the cage and with Keen or aiming rather going for the killer instinct, but also Brionne, when they get caught off guard, they just immediately lose all the focus in the team fight. Like all the questions, they just kind of scatter. And we've seen this, I think, be a very consistent problem for them. They weren't ready, they didn't have a plan, and you gotta know at this point, Keen is always going to be looking for those flangles. He's always going to be trying.
Did you say flangles? Yeah, I love that. Flank angles, you may as well call it flangles from now on.
I did not do it on purpose, but it works! It works, so I'll take it!
It's gorgeous. Big fan. And yeah, BDD had a thing against effort today.
Watch aiming going here as well.
Yeah.
Aiming and a meteor together. Getting it done.
Yeah, it was a Cathian raining down, but I think the BDD managing to press an R button before he inevitably fell down to a point-blank red-white Aphelios. That was enough. As we're having a listen to KT as they casually wander towards the enemy Nexus, defended by a Shuriman Emperor and one turret. And it's a... Ooh, who thought that they were going to be the POG? They were having a discussion about it.
I thought I heard Keen and Renek, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think they were agreeing with you, Chronicler, in the Keen vote, and I think honestly makes a lot of sense. And that means that after the space is broken down, this KT victory could be that we'll be having a chat to both Keen and aiming. Could be fantastic, but pretty Clean 2-0, nothing to see
I'm not
here.
too excited for the sequel, Atlas.
Well, this is the thing, right? They lead you into a false sense of security, right? That's how it's supposed to go, bro. Leavers, you keep on bro leaving. But you know where we're going? We're heading over to the space. So take it away, boys.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful breakdown. I cannot wait for the sequel. It was a riveting first match that we did have between these two. As KT was able to take the 2-0 tonight, let's go ahead and look at the draft straight from the get-go. What did you guys think about this game and draft?
So I actually think the Brion draft works quite well into what KT has. You know, a lot of KT's comp is this dive threat. You have like the Renekton Sejuani, the Kai'Sa Nord, and you have into that like Azir, Poppy, Aphelios, Milio, all so good at like having this backline protection, standing your ground, and if they could get on objectives first, have good vision coverage, I actually feel like in team fights they should be favored. The problem is that it didn't really come together.
It didn't come together, but I do think the idea here is good. Keep Hannah alive. He's going to do a ton of damage. He kind of becomes this tankier, difficult to kill AD carry, but they were also so far behind. He bought Malmortius at the end, and it was kind of like, you're not going to save yourself against the Veigar blow up there in that situation. I feel like KT's draft is not amazing here by any means, but it also just makes it harder for Bro to play the game, and they had some struggles. I think KT also did some limit testing this game. It wasn't the cleanest from them, but at the end of the day, they are able to take it because they are the better team, and I think that's kind of the story of this series. This is definitely not KT's hardest match of the week.
Yeah, it did kind of feel like they were somewhat banging their heads against the wall. That was Bro. You know, the Poppy ults, or not the ults, but, you know, multiple things, the ways they had to disengage. KT were just like going over and over and over into that, and eventually they cracked. And let's take a look at the first highlight, which can show a little bit of what KT were trying to do in terms of forcing their way into Bro.
Umpty gets a lot of value here. It felt like Bro was just like, let's test their patience. Eventually they'll just come into us. And they did.
I think this is where it's ideal for Bro, where they're just diving in the front line, they're not able to get past them, the back line is free hitting in this situation. I will say the cage, I wasn't a huge fan of the Veigar here, I don't think it fit in with the comp, but it did kind of limit Bro's ability to chase them down after the initial fight win.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty straightforward, the way that KT disengaged there with the cage, but also kind of walking in to the steadfast presence there. You could see the value of what the Poppy can do in this comp and how you can play around the Aphelios that way, but you have to be more proactive than that. You have to be ready to force the follow, and even with the cage coming up, I think they could have tried to then set up some deep vision. You've chased KT away, you're not going to get any kills, but take something else, get more vision on the map, and they just were playing very scared.
Yeah, well, at least in our second highlight, we saw that KT were able to get kind of a cool angle, especially with Keen running all the way through their own jungle and getting the jump on effort.
And I think this is a difference maker. The bot lane was a little bit split off there. They didn't have ideal vision coverage, and Keen finds this great flank to just explode the Milio. And, you know, we talked about this a bit earlier this week about how comps which have that agency have that go button. Teams are finding it easier to work with, especially in the lower end. But you can see here, you know, Bro struggled to get set up on objectives, to get set up, and it felt like they'd really been enclosed in the mid lane there, and then it was KT who had the ability to just go, okay, we're going for the fight now, they make it happen, they get the kills, and then instantly Bro just folded.
They had two really cool things going on at once, right? The Renekton flank to make sure they could get on top of the Milio and the Aphelios, and then at the same time you have the Veigar cage cutting the Azir off, so both of your DPSs are both kind of divided and conquered, so to speak there, so really great play from KT, but also a bit of a hole there in the vision for Bro, just trying to force their way back into mid-prio, and Keen just walked through the gap.
Yeah, LCK is really brutal in terms of, like, the good teams will really find that one angle to get you, and I think that Bro, they were very close to having a lead again at 15, by the way. We were checking the stats, it was very close, but they didn't quite get there. But there was a chance that they got just over the line in the lead at 15, and then they also just kind of, you know, they're lulling their opponents into a false sense of security and like boredom and waiting for them to attack into them, but also Bro aren't necessarily checking all the boxes in the mid game.
I find it so weird that we have this team who are quite slow, you know, don't push their advantages too much, and yet it tends to be that they get decent early leads against even stronger teams, or they hold up okay in the early game, or they win Herald fights, and then they just sit back until the late game where they don't match up to likes of KT. It's like if this was a team who got that lead and then went full out, think they'll do a lot better.
I wish they would play more around early game comps. Like, Henna is so strong on early game AD carries. It's kind of been what he was known for actually in the past. And then they get ahead early. They could play through Morgan too. They could actually use these advantages with the gold leads they get in the early Herald fights, or just their strong, safe laning where they usually don't make mistakes, and then push those advantages. But they're still trying to figure it out. But this team has been together for a long time. It feels like in a weird way it's even gotten worse than spring. So, you know, the hope is starting to dwindle for the Giga Chads a little bit.
Yeah, perhaps the confidence is just not there anymore after many seasons, many issues over the course of time. But guys, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who just pick it up here on the side of KT. It will be Keen who does get it for his great Croc play.
Yeah, and I think obviously, you know, it was a slower paced game, but you just saw this massive advantage built up by Keen in the 1v1 matchup. And in this moment here, just not allowing the Milio to play, and really, if you take the Milio out of the equation, you remove his Q as a heal tool, which is obviously really broken, but also the ult. If you'd gone for that stun on the Aphelios who had, you know, cleanse and the Milio ult to cleanse him as well, it wouldn't have worked, but just some great target selection then and here as well.
Yeah, he also had, as was shown on the stats, a 30 CS lead at 14 minutes. His lane prowess was insane. Those are the kind of things it's hard to show in a highlight reel, but you absolutely know this guy really dunked on his opponent in lane. And a matchup where, you know, you can see the Renekton get ahead, but usually not this far ahead. He's his 5th of the season, and Keen has been very impressive, an almost unanimous vote. We were also considering maybe a vote for BDD, but the Croc wins out in the end.
Yeah, BDD with a lot of great cages, a lot of vision control, a lot of area control.
He pressed R that one time?
He pressed R that one time. I saw that as well, which was pretty cool to see. Yeah, it just feels like KT and Keen are kind of on a different level. Keen, the only person right now who is a top laner on that POG standing. So also kind of interesting to see as things are slowly shifting to where the top lane kind of matters a bit.
Yeah, we also have players like Doran and Zeus who are other top laners who are just so inconsistent right now that you don't know what to expect. Keen is the pinnacle of top lane consistency.
All right, well, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, and we are here joined by Amy and Keen on the side of KT roster. Congratulations on a 7-match winning streak and also 14 games winning streak. Congratulations one more time. Keen, how do you feel? I'm happy that we're continuing the streak, and next match is also up against Bro, so I will make sure to get another win. This was the last game or last series of the first round robin, so it feels amazing to close out the first round with a win. And Amy, congratulations on getting your 1500th kill of the LCK. How do you feel about this new milestone you just achieved? Like, we have so many, you know, stacked lineup of AD carries, and it means a lot that I was able to join them in terms of the, you know, kill leaderboard. Keen. It's always a joy, you know, listening into the KT voice comment after game 2. Everyone was talking about the POG, and you were the POG in the end for game 2. How do you feel? I don't really care much about the POG, and then someone told me I'm the POG, so I was like, okay, well, nice. Awesome. And Keen, I want to go all the way back to the first game. Well, early Herald fight was not easy for you guys, but KT was still able to execute a very clean map control. What did you focus on in terms of the macro plays? I mean, we still got the Herald, and our comp was pretty decent, so we just wanted to focus on fights in order to close the gap. And aiming. I think the moment when Kai'Sa completed her static shift, KT roster started to turn the game around. The bottom lane matchup was so important between Kai'Sa and Aphelios. How did you look at this matchup? Yeah, once Kai'Sa gets her shift, it's so easy for her to play out the game. So we were just waiting for the late game power spike of Kai'Sa because we were confident that we're gonna win the late game team fights. And exactly like you said, well, in game number 1, you guys are able to get more than 8,000 Baron power play, and you guys started this up really early. were you confident that you will be able to sneak that away? Yeah, we knew that we had the burst damage for Baron, so we wanted to start the Baron and then take the fight as well. A very clean teamfight win by KT Roaster over there. And that was it for game 1. And then game 2, we saw Veigar from BDD. Second Veigar game of the season. What did you focus on when you were locking in that Veigar to finish your comp? BDD is pretty confident in Veigar. So yeah, we decided to just give it a go. And we all believe in BDD's Veigar, always protecting his tier 1 turret on the mid lane, so it was very reliable. And Keen, your Renekton was able to, just bully the enemy K'Sante from the get-go on the top lane. So K'Sante should be a counter into Renekton. How did you look at this champion matchup? I'm pretty used to this, K'Sante Renekton matchup. And today, I think I had some of the better days being Renekton up against K'Sante. So I was able to get ahead early because I got kind of lucky. And on the Korean side of the analyst desk, we were paying attention to the early jungle pathing, and KT players are actually pinging, predicting the enemy jungler's location, which was really accurate. Who makes those calls? Cuz is someone pinging the potential location of the enemy jungler, and sometimes even the laners also ask him where he could be, and Cuz always let us know by pinging on the minimap. So Keen, once you were able to get the lead early on from the laning phase, you were able to dominate the late game team fights as well. So let's take a look at this replay where you were able to find a very good flank angle and finding the Millia in the very back line. So Millia has ult. So if I flash stun that Aphelios, Millia can just neutralize it. So I rather wanted to focus on Millia with my flash. Millia, the living QSS for Aphelios, was deleted by that Renekton combo. And with this win, KT Roaster, 14 games winning streak. This is the longest winning streak that KT ever had since the org's history. Are you happy with this outcome? Absolutely. I'm so happy that we won so many times this season. I mean, this winning streak is pretty long. It feels amazing, and I hope we can continue this. Now this marks the end of the first round robin. And with this momentum, I think KT might be able to even have a perfect run in the second round robin. And the first match of the second round will be the rematch of today up against OK Savings Bank Bro. What is your mindset heading into the latter half of the summer season? Keen, please go ahead. So we are playing the last match of the first round and also the first match of the second round up against Bro. I've never been in this kind of a situation, a little bit flustered, but we will make sure to come back with even cleaner draft in the upcoming match up against Bro. What about you aiming? Same as Keen. And this will be the end of the interview for Keen aiming on the side of KT Roaster, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for that awesome translation as always. Let's take a look at the standings and see where we stand after this. KT still in second place, very comfortably though, as Bro will also go down to 9th, just below Live Sandbox.
And as was mentioned, KT have only dropped 3 games this season. Look at how close they are to Gen G in game score, just 1 behind. And we mention it every time, but it feels like everyone is just waiting for that rematch right now because there's no team that's even close to either of these.
Yeah, and I think obviously we had a situation that occurred with the last time they played each other, a lot of question marks on how things will be different next time around. I think especially KT's form has just seemed really on point. Gen G have obviously been phenomenal, but there's been some series like their one against Bro where there's been some question marks. But I think that is the matchup everyone is looking forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be definitely the big one of round 2. We'll just have to wait until that does actually happen, as of course that was a pretty quick first match that we did have for today. We do have the review desk with Dudu and Youngjae there, so if you guys want to watch that, that'll be during the break. And of course, D plus Kia up against DRX for our next matchup should be a lot of fun as well. DRX looking better form nowadays, so hopefully it is a bit more of an even match. But guys, we are done here on the space. We'll see you after the break. Until then, have a good time.
이게 T1이라는 이름이군요.
단지 그냥 오늘 딱 하루만 저희가 더 잘하면 되는 거잖아요, T1보다.
나를 제우스의 강림 잡아냅니다. 페이스 딜라이. 이 바텀 티어는 젠지의 보물 같네요. Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the night. Walk through the fire. I gotta fight. Walk through the fire. Into the night. Walk through the fire. Into the night.
여러분 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 목요일을 찾아오는 여러분의 리뷰메이트 배예지입니다. 오늘 리뷰데스크 함께 해주실 선수분들 바로 소개해보도록 할게요. 광동 프릭스의 든든한 상체 두두 선수와 영재 선수입니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 광동 프릭스 정글러 영재입니다.
와 영재.
안녕하세요. 광동 프릭스 탑라이너 두두입니다.
와 두두두두 어서오세요. 자 그럼 이제 본격적으로 리뷰데스크 시작해볼게요.
그럼 첫 번째 영상
보시죠.
여기다가 밀고 돌아볼 수 없고 3대3 붙어요? 딱 약간 이게 뭔가 서로 확신은 없는데 그러다 다진 시작하네요. 오히려 같이 럽샷 그리고 다음 그다음 올리베어 위쪽 클로저 막다 들어갑니다.
이 장면 영재 선수가 직접 리플레이 하면서 설명해 주실 수 있을까요?
여기서 이제 딱 용을 치려 하거든요.
네.
왜냐면 이제 바텀 라인도 밀고 미드도 밀고 치려 하는데 까부는 거예요. 그래가지고 브라움이 갑자기 야 이거 보자 그래가지고 갔는데 이거 때리고 이제 볼베도 화났어요. 이제 침범해가지고
화가 났어요?
화났어요.
박았어요?
박았는데 갑자기 레리 또 까불어요. 데플 한번 빨아주고 볼베 번개 맞춰주고 여기서 피로 카이사까지 잡아주고
와.
하나 또 있어. 볼베 E가 보면 1초 남았거든요.
네.
여기서 이제 볼베 E 각도도 보셔야 돼요. 여기서 1 깔아가지고 도망가려 하는데 바로 사망.
그럼 혹시 두두 선수도 보여주고 싶은 영상 있으세요?
보시면 별로 생각 없는 척 하다가
이 연기예요?
네, 연기죠. 이 거리를 이렇게 보시면 딱 미니언에 앞에 미니언 탈 수 있게 재고 있는 거거든요. 생각 없이 시작하다가 넘기고 그냥 잘 죽이고 얻어 걸린 것 같은데?
아이, 또 겸손하게 얘기해
이거
주시네요.
얻어 걸렸어. 이거는 그냥 아님 말고였는데 맞아가지고 죽은 거라.
그래도 이런 디테일을 또 살려가지고 솔킬을 냈네요. 박수! 자, 이렇게 해서 저희가 1세트를 한번 리뷰해봤고요. 이제 2세트로 한번 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다.
일러비요. 잠깐만. 아펠리오스가 때리고 있어. 아펠이. 아펠이. 뛰어라. 테디. 완전히 대박. 부왕이 치고 미쳤어요. 테디는 부왕이 다 잡니다. 부왕이. 지금 근데 피오라가 진짜 너무 세긴 하네.
두두 선수가 리플레이 보면서 한번 설명 부탁드릴게요.
네. 상대팀이 바론을 거의 포기하고 내려오는 걸 눈치채가지고 저희 팀적으로 그냥 미니언 있길래 미니언에 택하고 이렇게 싸움 보는데 아펠이 여기서 딱 앞으로 풀 쓰면서 가는 거예요. 그래서 사실 상대팀 입장에서 아펠만 없으면 저한테 마무리를 못 하거든요.
네네.
그래서 급하게 이렇게 따라가서 앞에 잡고 아쉬웠던 게 이게 제가 마나 순환 팔찌를 들었거든요. 그래서
네.
마나 보시면 지금 27인데
아, 맞아. 이때 마나가 계속 부족했잖아요. 그죠?
마나 마순팔 안 도나는데 안 도네 하고 이제 뒤로 갔어.
혹시 이때 영재 선수, 두두 선수의 플레이 보면서 어떤 생각하셨어요?
이 피오라가 보면 템이 말이 안 되거든요. 이 템이 말이 안 되는데 당연히 해야 되는 거 아닌가라고 생각을 하고 잘하네 이러고 있었던 것 같아요.
사이좋은 광동 프릭스입니다. 좋아요. 그리고 또 영재 선수 2세트에서 보여주고 싶은 장면이 있으세요?
있어요.
아니, 영재 선수 너무 웃긴 게 제가 질문 끝나기도 전에 있어. 영재 선수는 있어.
이 잭스가
네.
그냥 이렇게 뛰면은 플래시를 써도 맞는단 말이에요. 여기 4인 스턴. 그래가지고 이 세주환이가 원래는 율로프를 써야 되는데 여기서 미친 세주의 전환력. 여기서
미친 세주는?
위로 아래로 살았어. 와, 할 일을 다 했어.
인정하시나요, 두두 선수?
잘했어.
자, 이렇게 해서 오늘 준비된 영상을 모두 살펴봤는데요. 꿀팁을 방출해주시는 시간이 왔습니다. 꿀팁 주실 수 있을까요?
심리전이 굉장히 중요하다고 생각하거든요. 탑에서는. 제가 치러 가잖아요. 근데 제가 지금 큐쿨이 없단 말이에요.
네.
그래서 제가 지금 사실 있는 척하고 있는 거예요. 잭스가 만약에 제가 밀고 들어갈 때 서로 평타 치면서 반격 돌렸으면 제가 손해보는 건데 그냥 리스크 감수하고 제가 심리전 사실 있는 척하면서 나한테 칠 거야 하면서 들어갔거든요.
스킬이 아직 완전히 돌지 않아도 뭔가 자신감 있는 플레이로 심리적으로 내가 너를 이길 수 있다 라는 걸 좀 보여주는 거군요.
자신감으로 시작해서 이제 심리전을 이길 수 있는 환경을 만들어 보는 거예요.
이야, 자신감이 중요하네요. 또 영재 선수는요?
요즘에 바미에블스라는 템이 굉장히 좋단 말이에요. 가성비적으로 정글이 이 풀캠을 돌면
네.
한 900원 정도 쌓이거든요. 이 950원인데 1000원짜리 아이템을 살 수가 없잖아요.
네.
외상을 들면은 이제 950원인데 바미에블스와 핑카드까지 살 수 있어요.
그럼 이거 어떤 챔피언 할 때 좋아요?
탱커들, 뽀삐랑 세주하니 이런 거 할 때
와우! 뽀삐나 세주하니 하시는 분들에게는 완전 꿀팁이 될 것 같습니다. 혹시 마지막으로 진짜 추가 꿀팁 드릴게요. 이런 거 있나요?
저 있어요.
있어요?
있어. 이거 세주한테 꿀팁인데 미스를 받아요.
블루 먹을 때요?
레드 먹을 때나 블루 먹을 때나 이 세주 할 때
맨날 봤는데?
근거리 다 하는데
맨날 저걸 안 받으면 정글을 돌 수가 없어요. 우리를 잘 모르시는 거예요. 우리 일반 유저를 잘 모르는. 자, 그렇다면 이제 오늘의 명강사를 한번 선정해 보겠습니다. 오늘의 명강사는요. 바로 광동 프릭스의 영재 선수입니다. 축하드립니다. 자, 광동 프릭스의 2023년 슬로건이 파이팅! 물어! 이거잖아요. 그래서 저희가 잘 물어! 라는 뜻으로 선물을 준비해봤습니다. 바로바로 치킨을 야무지게 물어!
감사합니다.
좋겠다. 와, 좋겠다.
대왕 치킨을 물어! 라는 뜻으로. 그리고 또 오늘 두두 선수도 너무 좋은 꿀팁 알려주셨잖아요. 짜잔! 귀엽죠?
네. 연습실에서 옆에 두고 잘 구경하겠습니다.
우와, 감사합니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 오늘 리뷰데스크 함께 봤는데요. 소감 한마디 부탁드릴게요.
이렇게 또 가르쳐 드릴 수 있어서 너무 영광이고요. 다음에도 불러주시면 감사하겠습니다.
우와, 감사합니다. 자, 두 선수 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 저희는 다음 주에 또 찾아올게요. 여러분, 안녕! 오늘 LCK 단합대회 바로 탑편이 준비되어 있습니다.
이 자리에 오니까 막 끌어오르는
사회성 제로의 남탓 장난 아니라는데? 합심병자 이런 말.
해명할 게 있어요.
가장 괜찮은 사람이 많지 않나.
한 대를 맞으면 두 대를 때려야 되고 두 대를 맞으면 세 대를 때려야 되고
이게 탑이거든요, 사실.
아, 이게 탑이지.
우리 정글 뭐 하는 거야?
와, 탑선수들 대박이다.
거의 5년 만이죠. 거의 5년 만.
너무 좋았죠. 좀 신나던데요? 유리한 점이라면 한번 점점을 찍어봤다는 거죠. 저는 그러니까 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각하죠, 지금도. 네. 개개인의 실력 플러스 믿음.
라칸 노플. 네, 카이사 온다. 라칸 위에. 탔어. 싸우자. 카이사. 아, 라인 게이드 봤어. 바텀 게이드 봤어.
진짜 게이드 봤어.
게이드 봤어. 나이스.
나이스.
Sure, it was heroic sacrificing myself for the team like that. But does that make me a hero? Maybe. Who can really say?
Yeah, for sure, man. So where is this legendary Max bot?
What's left of him is right over there. Nice catch, mate. He's a good little mimbot now. Do you like that?
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, come on, Gecko.
Hilarious.
Let the games begin. Yo, it's filthy in it. KJ, Raze, what happened to your robo cleaner?
What? That's not important. Get to the bottle room. Now.
Yeah, I'm on my way. Damn, you couldn't even wait for me. This should be fun.
Greetings, agents. I am MaxBot, your host. Welcome to the Danger Dome. Choose your weapons and set your sights, agents.
I hit the ground running. Now Now look what I am becoming. I do not wait for the summers. Just happens all of a sudden. I got the eyes of a lion. I got the heart of a tiger. Standing like I am a giant.
This is gonna hurt, agents, but remember, I am the effect, not the cause.
I hit the scene like a meteorite.
Yeah.
I spit a torch and I'm here to ignite. Believe in myself, I ain't leaving this fight. Sorry, bro. Ooh. I hit the ground running. Embarrassing.
You had your fun, now it's my turn. Now I'm gonna watch you fight. I'm gonna watch you die.
You can't take what I got, and I ain't gonna stop.
Shall we go again?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023, and welcome for the first time to round 2 of Summer. We are officially 3/4 of the way through the LCK year.
Wild.
Yeah, it's a crazy thing.
Crazy.
Absolutely nutty. And we are going to check back in with the standings to see how everything is sitting in the halfway point. Here it is. Gen.G, undefeated. Pretty good. KT, outside of the first week, undefeated. Also pretty good.
Yeah. So top 2 is Gen.G, who make a return after being top 2 in spring. But T1 have been very firmly and decisively dethroned in joining the top-tier teams in LCK. KT have looked incredible. And then we have a huge gap. You look at the game scores as well, and it really tells the story. T1, Humble Alive, D+, all ups and downs, struggling for varying different reasons. And then a little bit beyond that is Kwangdong, kind of in its own. And then things get a little wild as we drop towards the bottom of the standings.
As you delve deeper, things get stranger. It occurs in the ocean, and it occurs here in the LCK as well. Of course, Bro, Nongshim, and Liv Sandbox all having their share of struggles. DRX, though, they are off the back of a
surging
0. Absolutely. You can see that 1W. That's not a thing that you normally have on the eastern side of the standings. Some roster changes are in as Doctarm back into DRX, was actually playing in their challenger roster. Pleta moving back to the support role. Of course, was formerly Becca, was playing with Bao in the bottom lane as well. Picked up MVP in the AD carry position, was like, that's enough of an achievement in that role. I'm going to go back to support.
And, you know, supporting for Doctarm in challengers does sound like a pretty good deal.
Doesn't sound too bad. And Clear is really exciting. Look forward to seeing Liv Sandbox and how they utilize that incredibly talented player as well. But let's jump forward a little bit. Round 2. First match between two teams with a long way to go. Yeah, I think the development is pretty necessary for both of these squads. Of course, a little bit more dire for DRX, looking to try and get themselves back on track, but they're late bloomers. It's DRX. It's how it kind of goes. D+, though, we had very high expectations for with Deft joining the roster. The top side already pretty solid. Canna, a few question marks, but there were some times where it was looking like this was going to be it. They were looking fantastic, but there have been some rocky patches. And it just seems to happen like there are individual games where it doesn't quite work out. And 2 world champion junglers. And look at how young Canyon looks there. Oh my goodness, it's adorable.
Baby Canyon. Way back in 2020 when Damwon, of course, getting an extremely decisive Worlds run versus Juhan, who, as much as obviously Juhan wasn't the main player on that team, without him, I don't think DRX would have made Worlds in the first place.
I agree.
Which is crazy, because that was necessary. Even played some at Worlds, obviously, just not the main player. And as we take a look at these two players, Showmaker and Deft, getting very close to some humongous kill numbers, I just ask, do not let Showmaker play Tristana, because I want to see how good this D+ team is for real, right? I want to know how much
an honest game of League of Legends. Don't pick broken champions.
Have they fixed their issues and not, oh, I'm Showmaker, I'm going to Goomba stomp on another team.
Yeah, exactly. No. I don't want to know whether Showmaker is good at Mario. I want to know whether he's good at League of Legends.
Thank you.
There we go.
You know, the new Mario looks cool. Like, I can't wait for it to come out. I'm wondering what magical things are going to happen, but do not let this man play Tristana, please. As taking a wrong turn.
Yeah, that's all right.
He's been there for a while.
He's getting his wrong turns out of the way early on in the series. You love to see it. Absolutely fantastic. Of course, this team has been going through some rough patches. Deft pulling his team aside, having some big, honest conversations with them as well. Is pretty outspoken about trying to get them in the right headspace moving into these games, and I think that has been their biggest downfall, and something that we saw DRX absolutely repair going up against a struggling T1 without their captain in the mid lane. We have to put the asterisk that Faker wasn't playing, and no matter what you think about how Faker plays, the guy controls every team he's ever been a part of. You take that away, it's like you've got five dudes in a car and no one knows how to use the steering wheel.
But I think it's important to note that T1, and again, Faker obviously dealing with an injury, but the issues of synergy, of knowing what to do, we saw this against Nongshim already.
Yeah.
And it was DRX that showed that they could make great use of that with some of the decisive shot calling. And DRX, this has been a roster that we've kind of been waiting for him to come together as Atlas. This was when we were on the desk and he could not stop talking.
I was at home just like typing in.
You need to
like,
pay
guys,
attention to my
Rascal
boy.
Solo kills, Rascal solo kills.
He's doing
by the
it
way.
again.
I was very annoying, and I want to apologize officially and publicly.
LCK first.
Yeah, no, he skyrocketed. He got 4 in the last series. 4. Like, it's really crazy. And Rascal just has a way of always being... It doesn't matter what team he's on. It doesn't matter where they are in the standings. Rascal is killing people by himself. That is what he's doing at all times. Canna is second place. He's a couple of solo kills away from Rascal, and he's going to have to go through the solo killer himself if he wants to get there. I don't know whether it's going to be an easy task if DRX hold on to the mojo that they put together in their series against T1.
As long as they ban a couple of specific champions, I think DRX might have a genuine shot here, but I'm talking about a game win. I'm not talking about the series win. That would require D+ to kind of fall apart, because for all their faults against teams that are better than them, a lot of 2-0s, right? KT 2-0'd them.
Yep.
If I remember, T1 2-0'd them. Gen G, they did actually get a game against, but this was earlier in the season.
No, it wasn't. It's just... It doesn't make sense. The timeline doesn't make sense for D+ winning and losing games. It doesn't. On any day,
thank you, actually.
They can come in and just run it, and they can also come in and destroy.
I have felt like when it comes to playing against weaker teams, outside of the loss against Brion, which was with an asterisk because Deft wasn't playing, I do think the roster over the last couple of weeks against weaker teams in particular has looked a lot more decisive. And anything short of them taking a decisive 2-0 here will be a sign to me that their struggles are still continuing, that this team is still looking to find consistent form, because it's very reminiscent actually of what Zeka is going through, where Zeka is in the top 3 of POG votes. Yeah. And then you see some of his games and you're like, what? How? And then you see games.
His unit game yesterday was very entertaining.
Perfect example. And Canyon is the same. Showmaker, I think, has been either invisible or really, really good, but Canyon's had games where you're like, Canyon, what is going on? And then in the next game, he will 1v9. And if they can string it together, Atlas, if only.
They're just going to need to do it a little bit more consistently.
A lot.
DRX is going to need to do it a lot more consistently with their victories. But look at this. Look at that. Already straight out the gate. No Mario for you, Showmaker.
Ivern next.
And I don't know whether you necessarily need to ban Ivern. A lot of our teams really just like the combo rather than in isolation. But it might just be something that they want to get rid of. No Rel, no Poppy. I like respecting Beryl, of course. D+ have a pretty large amount of experience playing with Beryl, and they know that his Rel has been pretty good in the past.
Beryl has been great at beating D+, whether he's playing on them or against them.
Yeah, no,
has brought his knowledge with him.
And also deft on DRX with Beryl as well. Like, Beryl cannot escape. Like, from every point in Beryl's career, someone on D+ has played with him, right? They can keep him down as best they can. Kind of hovering the Gragas. A weird first hover. We'll see what they actually do lock in. Imagine if it was Gragas so they could set up for the Yasuo Gragas combo for Canyon and Showmaker that they've played so many times. Not going to be that. LeBlanc going to be locked in. DRX. They're going to get the Kai'Sa, and we'll see what they pair it with. Oh, the Viego straight out. They are not holding back here. DRX are locking real quick.
Yeah, looking like an Annie angle here. And we'll have Melio to come through here. So D+ going all in on the disengage, all in on the poke. It was Showmaker that showed us how broken LeBlanc with Shiv can be.
Yeah.
And it looks like he wants to make some good use of it before it is taken away from us next week, as we will go to the new patch, and Static Shiv will still be good on 80 carries, but no longer be an AP menace, as Rascal gets one of his comfort picks. Does mean that they're basically guaranteed to ban Gragas. Thank you very much for that, DRX. One of the few matchups that consistently does well. Brunecton hasn't been picked up, but I'm personally not the biggest fan of it, as I feel like it is so incredibly decisive in a bad way, where like as soon as you fall behind, the matchup is unplayable. Even with Kana, and as good as he is, but DRX might still ban it just because playing against a Fed Renekton is also extremely unpleasant.
Yep, and Canyon could just be pathing towards the top side of the map. They have a pretty comfortable bottom lane set up already. They are trying to protect it with some bans here as well. Canyon not going to get on the Kazakhs this game. DRX going to remove a little bit of power here from Canyon.
Might be Lee.
Ooh, the Canyon Lee is definitely a very
Lee LeBlanc. You know, I could see it. Although picking Lee into Viego not going to feel amazing, as DK say, this is a fate, Kai'Sa.
Yeah,
we are not trusting you. We are not wanting to play into like Varus Heimer, which DRX would definitely pull out.
They would. They in fact did. That was part of their victory against T1. And Paddock was fantastic on the Varus as well. I really like the amount of respect that they're giving the young player. See what he's going to lock away here. Possibly a pick for Beryl, but never mind. It will be the Aphelios. We're very purple on the side of DRX. I love the color coordination. Juhan needs to work on it just a little bit, but that's fine.
My God.
And you were right. Canyon's going to lock it away. The Lee Sin. And so I talk about it all the time. Do I have to do it? I won't do it.
Do it.
I don't need to.
No,
No, that's fine. That's fine. Who are they picking top?
Well, I don't know actually.
Oh, it's just Renekton. Okay.
Yeah, might just be Renekton. So I want DRX to pick Lulu because then everything tastes purple, which is cool. But it will be Nautilus. As
Annie.
Wait, so
where is anyone?
Okay, so hear me out. So we are going.
Is it Canna Lee Sin top?
No, I think it's just top LeBlanc. It's the Dundun Special.
The Dundun Special has made it?
Which makes sense. Trying to play into LeBlanc as Jax does not sound like a fun and enjoyable experience at all. That's my guess, at least. I think any top doesn't make a lot of sense. You don't have a lot of the innate
I'm pretty sure
that you want.
It's almost definitely Jungle Milio. So we've got that locked in. This is a draft.
Is it actually any?
You know, the last time we've been recently seeing a lot of Marin, and Marin actually decided that Annie was the hard counter to Na back in 2015.
Okay,
I believe it wasn't.
But
we've seen a lot of people experimenting with this, with the Annie top.
I feel like
not great.
I feel like they would swap back as well. I also feel like,
they're going to swap back. There we go.
Yeah, it's also you get counterpicked in mid, and then you go for the. It would make a lot of sense. So D+'s comp is it's win lane, win game, right? We're going straight to you either stomp your lanes here, and then your Annie and your Lee and everything can play very far forward. You have LeBlanc in sides that's winning, that is applying a ton of pressure, and then you can utilize the Ashe and Milio to either start off fights or kite back. Does it work together? Or did D+ do a classic, we outsmarted and outplayed ourselves? I don't know. We'll have to see how the execution goes. Because I'm not 100% sure. I like the creativity, but often when I like creativity, I kind of forego, does it work? And I'm like, maybe?
Yeah, no, it's like one of those paintings and you're like, is it good? Is it genius? Or is it just a mess?
We'll see.
Did someone just have a fit? Was this someone covering their dog in paint and then letting him shake around the room and then selling it?
Or is there a concept? Is there a plan? Is there underlying thought?
I'm not sure. We'll have to find out as we head towards the Rift here. DRX have a pretty comfortable composition, though I like the Kai'Sa coming into the LeBlanc as well. We've seen this work out before. See how DRX go up against T+ Kia here in Game 1. Ooh, DRX fans in full voice after their most recent victory. And they are now facing off against an eclectic composition here for D+ Kia.
The best part about this LeBlanc top is it gives me the opportunity to talk about Dundun.
Yes, let's. You can do it. Let's go. We've got some time.
As far as I'm aware, was the first pro that actually started picking up the LeBlanc top. This was also pre-Shiv, if I remember correctly.
Yes, it was.
And he was picking like Everfrost LeBlanc, and he would just make his opponent's lane very unpleasant. One of the things that I do want to echo, though, and this is something that D+ have done for better or worse, and I think when we're when it works out, it is one of the biggest edges that they have as a team, is that they absolutely adore flex picks, right? Like when the team has looked best, they've always been a big fan of using those as, we are ghosting.
We are definitely running after Beryl. And the Frost Shot working out. He's in a cozy campfire as well. As Paddock's like, I've got Calibrum, I have lots of range. And Deft is like, haha, not enough. And Canyon starting off on the enemy blue buff. They are going to be able to steal this one away. Potential 3 buff here for D+. I like it. They're starting out with the gas pedal fully pressed.
Oh, would like Canyon to cross over here. Is going to dodge the ward. So they did see the ward being placed. Are also aware that Juwon is in their jungle. So I would expect Canyon to try and find a way. I don't know if he can really avoid. And otherwise, we might be looking at a vertical jungle situation, in which case, the fact that Beryl doesn't have his flash available and Deft and Kellen can set up a really, really big stacked wave here should be big, as Canyon will get spotted here. So vertical jungling, definitely tough for Kana here, but it's hard to gank the LeBlanc with the safety that she has. And there might be an opportunity here for D+ to, from the get-go, empower Deft, get him ahead, and make this Aphelios life very unpleasant.
And Rascal's life is already fairly unpleasant here. We'll see whether he can just continue to be Jax, right? It is a possibility that he just weathers the storm and he's going to be fine. And as the game goes on, he is going to be having a better and better time. Let's take the cannon minion here, but Cannon just holding the wave in a pretty safe position. Understanding that the Diego is going to be on the top side. Is Voidseeker going to miss? Yep. Means that Fate is going to lose out on that trade pretty comfortably. And you can see there are Hawk shots flying across just to keep eyes on where Juhan, in this case, isn't. And potentially where he is later on. But knowing that vertical jungling is going to be the aim of the game here for Canyon.
Yeah, but as D+, I think you'll take it, because you're actually going to be able to put some meaningful pressure on Paddock, who is starting to fall behind now. And you get some play damage down as well, kind of keep Paddock and Beryl locked underneath that turret. And again, Kana is not going to care at all. He's going to be completely fine. I also actually wonder how, as we can see, Kana with bone plating not caring too much about that trade, how this matchup will develop as we go deeper in, because Counter-Strike, you know, there's a pretty reasonable cooldown on it, and as soon as Kana starts to stack some AP and get his Shiv online, it's really hard to reliably lock down the LeBlanc as Jax.
Yeah.
Might not be the most fun, but it also depends on mastery, because as we mentioned, Showmaker looked amazing on the LeBlanc, which in turn also means we've seen a lot of LeBlancs just kind of be there and then auto like once and then...
Yeah, not quite find too many angles. Just have to see whether Kana is going to have a better performance. I was going through Kana's solo queue just to see whether there were any examples of some LeBlanc games. Couldn't find too many. Did see a very interesting Jax game where he lost to a Tarek top that was playing some real like ripe Gouda. It looked like a lot of fun. So it has certainly been on the other end of the Jax stick, which is sometimes difficult to deal with.
I've never been to the cheese market in Gouda. No, I've never been. Oh. Even though it's like a rich piece of Dutch history, yeah.
And it's one of my favorite cheeses, just for sandwiches as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, I love the cheese. I've heard that as a...
All right, Rascal, can you get another solo is the question. The chains do connect, and Kana is flashing the leap strike. Going to come forward, and there it is. Solo kills, and Kana's going to try and catch up immediately afterwards, but that's first blood going over to Rascal.
The downside here, Rascal already TP'd, and Kana didn't, so... Yeah, I don't think that's the best of trade. You will offset it a little bit with the fact that you did pick up the first blood gold, which is a small boon, but trading evenly, not the end of the world. Trading when a full-on wave is waiting. Yeah, the wave state is not good. There's going to be another wave that is going to be denied here, and I think taking the flash would have been a big win in of itself, but now, yeah, you can see Rascal as well.
Head and hands a little bit here, knows that it's a little bit boom.
And as soon as they spot Canyon, which will be now, Rascal should still be able to fix his wave, right? Shove this in, and hopefully for him, make a situation a little bit more bearable. But no, look at the observers. They're like, it's not pushed in. And he doesn't have TP. This is rough, and
Viego doesn't want to come around and help this as well. Like, he wants to be invisible on the map. He wants to be farming as much as possible and creating that sightless pressure and things like that. Can't be coming up here and helping Rascal get this wave in a decent position. D+ are going to move over towards this Drake. 4-man strong. They will be able to claim the first one of the game. It will be an Infernal. And they'll grab a little Rift Scuttler here at the same time. So D+ in a pretty good position. And it looked great, you know, it's like, it's so cool. You're like, Rascal, yeah, gets the solo kill, gets first blood. And then the result is all negative.
Yeah, actually able to get off his Counter-Strike stun and just waits for the Empower. Knows he has Leap Strike as well.
Yeah, I think he thought that he was going to be able to live.
오케이. 이득.
Yeah, I think he's okay.
탑 라인 좋아?
Top lane, sure. His top lane's good. Top lane's good, guys.
Yeah, well, look at
Having
this.
a good time.
Look at the CS.
Yeah, and you could tell, like, Cannon knew the situation. He was like, oh, he's going to chase me down. Like, oh, well, if you go for this, you know what's going to happen. And, we saw the result. And we saw how Rascal was feeling afterwards as well. Showmaker playing around with Tibbers here, but Juhan is just going to smite him. Very, very cruel.
Gets taken down. Yeah, very unfortunate. And yeah, so this is exactly what I was worried about. I do think that this is the type of lane where if you fall behind as the Jax, it gets very unpleasant. Because
would you say that he's behind? It's 33 CS.
Yeah.
So we're going with yes. He's quite.
We're going with yes, extremely. And this is something that every top laner has to learn to deal with, because this is peak top lane. You know, you go for the solo kill, you're like, I got him, and then you look at your wave, you're like, oh, because in no
guys, I got first blood.
And you're like, oh god.
Yeah.
And in no other lane do mistakes like this have the same type of lasting impact. Because in mid, it's much easier for a jungler to just path over and help you shove out and reset your wave. And on the bot side, obviously, considering there's two people, it's a lot easier to pull. There's a lot more wave clear available as well. But in this matchup, look at that. That is with him getting, again, even trade kill, but even with the
extra 100 gold
from first blood doesn't matter even remotely. And we also see that now D+ gets both. Usually you get one turn, you get Herald or you get Dragon, but because of the pressure they have on the top side of the map, Static Shiv is done. They're going to have both the Herald and the early Infernal Drake. And, you know, for DRX, Paddock isn't really behind anymore. But that's about as good as it gets. Because mid lane, obviously, and this is not up to Fate, but playing Kaisa, who is very short range, into Airy Annie that is going to walk up to you, then stun you, and then probably run away before you can E with Molten Shield as well. It's just, it's not fun.
No.
Atlas, it's a bad time.
It is, and this is also continuing to be a very bad time as Kana going to go back to, gets the Mimic Chain, but Rascal going for it again. Does have Flash, but you can see this time, not going to opt in for it. Wave was in a slightly better position, but Rascal's still somewhat scary, but Static Shiv means that Kana will just be able to ignore him pretty soon. There's the flash forward, the bear comes down, the Q is going to land, and a very comfortable kill for Canyon here in the mid lane. You love to see it, and D+, they have said that we want to play more towards that top side. We feel like maybe that is what our identity needs to be. Maybe it isn't play through deft and look for those victories. You can see that Canyon going to start it off at least that way right now.
And the easiest setup in the world for Showmaker. And this is where the lack of cleanse for Fate is definitely going to hurt him. Teleport, extremely valuable, obviously, when it comes to playing it out in the mid lane. But against Ashe, against Annie, not having access to that Summer is going to feel really rough and isn't really going to get better anytime soon.
Ow. Every time the Static Shiv hits, I'm just like, when's the next patch? It's next week, guys. We're going to be fine.
We'll be okay.
Yeah, we'll eventually.
And to be fair, if this was an AP LeBlanc, I don't think it'd be a lot better. I don't really think it would change. Obviously.
What about Trinity Force, Blade of the Ruin King, Dun Dun LeBlanc?
I think only he can play that, and I'm not even sure if he.
I also think only he would.
For good reason, I might add.
Wait, what? I think it was actually Divine Sun.
Oh yeah,
anyway, it was along those lines. You know, it looked like Bruiser LeBlanc. It was some Dun Dun tech.
There's no combination of champions and items that you can tell me that I wouldn't believe he has played. So, right now the situation for DRX is getting really dire, and my worry with this comp from D+ is if they're not proactive enough or they don't have side lane leads, it becomes almost unplayable because there is no front line to speak of. You don't really have hard engage. Yeah, sure. Well, if Showmaker has flash,
yeah,
you have decent hard engage.
Yeah, and I was joking. I think you're exactly right.
But if you have side lane pressure and you're first to every objective, and you can just keep shoving and be a menace and kind of dodge the game that way as Rascal 2 levels down.
Yeah, gonna still look for it. Second chain will go off here as Kana just going to get out of there. Still somewhat in Empower range, does find himself at least a little bit of extra damage as Rascal does get away. Still pretty scary as this Jax. D+ trying to grab this solo Hextech Drake. And it is going to be an Ocean Soul, so a very pretty Rift, although they're not the most impactful Soul.
And this is the problem. Rascal looking for these all-ins is nice, as this is a good bait. Ooh, Kana might be caught off guard here. Does have his flash available.
He does.
No
Rascal
W.
Just going to come over and try and get these minions. There's the flash out of the way from the stun. Juhan, successful gank as he moves towards the top side, but it's not going to alleviate it too much here. Kind of goes back, and look at this. I mean, they're just demolishing everywhere that Juhan isn't.
Yeah, I was going to praise Juhan, because I think the flash being down for Kana actually is big, because any distortion that is now down, Rascal has a flash counter-strike opportunity, and there's no counterplay for Kana, right? He can't flash away. But, as you so very rightly point out, Juhan shows, and then D+ like, oh, okay, well, that's your mid-turret gone, and that's, of all the turrets to go, definitely the one that's going to hurt the most.
And then as you're looking down at the mid lane, you then realize, oh wait, our top lane's also going to go. And so that's 5 plates mid, 4 right now, but probably going to be 5 also on the top side. This is not the greatest of positions, although we're going to see that Kana is going to back away, not going to overextend towards this turret.
Yeah, they also,
Rascal may just lose, and yeah, he will.
Yeah.
Kana comes on over, going to grab the last plate, and goes back to the distortion, but they've probably caught him out here. Kana probably caught greeting as they dive on him. They will be able to pick up the kill. Nicely punished here by DRX, but it is still a lot of money going over to the LeBlanc.
And might also lead to Deft getting like 2 more plates. So I think it is a gold neutral trade, right? You get the assist plus the gold, and then Kana is able to get the local turret gold, but it does force, it does force 2
10 seconds
flashes from Juhan and Rascal, and then will also Deft will pick up 2 more plates, and now the topside trade unfortunately is no longer one you're going to be feeling good about.
Yep. Deft also going to be flexing Barrel's skin here, which is just really fun.
Really good BM. I quite enjoy that.
I also think that like Deft has been a really good Ashe player throughout his career, and I find it really funny that it's Beryl that has the Ashe skin. It feels a little bit like Deft got 2.
You know what? It might actually have been a good angle, although we do see the collapse from the bot lane. Might have actually been able to like go into the jungle and try and like just outsmart them that way, as opposed to going back to the distortion.
Yeah, it could have been an option.
Wouldn't have made a difference, because again, we know that Paddock and Barrel rotating over, and so this is a great lead. I'm still a little worried for what happens when we actually start playing a 5v5. If we do at any point.
Well, the arrow is going to connect here onto Paddock, who is going to cleanse. Juhan has started up Shirley, but there are a lot of Trixie D+ players. There is a lot of mobility and weirdness in both Kana and Canyon. They can sort of be there and then not pretty quickly. Of course, somewhat stationary are Showmaker and Deft and Kellen. There could be some funny business in these team fights with the LeBlanc and Lee Sin. And I think they are going to be the answers here for D+ if they want to get anything done.
Keep on pushing.
Yep.
Keep trying to go for every single objective you can find on the map. As DRX should be looking for a 5v5 contest here.
Hook is going to land there onto Canyon. He will be knocked up. Showmaker comes around now, finds a big Tibbers. Canyon's back in, and Barrel's going to go down. Now Deft is going to try and clean this one up, but he's going to have to flash over the wall because Fate dives in. Showmaker's still there, though. He's been ignored. He's got full health as Rascal dives on top of Canna, and he might be able to pick this up, but Distortion is so frustrating, and Paddock is going to go down. Rascal is successfully avoided by the top laner of D+, and now Showmaker finds yet another stun. I think he's picking up a POG for his anti-performance. I don't want to get ahead of myself or anything like that, but he's looking pretty good here. And D+, they are going to win the fight. They'll grab themselves the Rift Herald, and now they'll look to get even further ahead in this game. Actually, they didn't get the Rift Herald, so Paddock got that.
Yeah,
so there that is.
It's pretty telling that even with the lead that D+ had, it felt at points there like DRX could actually get something done, but D+, with the gold lead they've built, the item leads already generated, plus the fact that there is so much inherent skill expression between the Lee and the LeBlanc, most notably with Canyon and Khan, I think, doing a lot of heavy lifting in the damage. And then Showmaker coming in when it is most necessary, actually doesn't end up being there at the beginning because he has to go back and teleport in. And then we see everything is being thrown into Canyon, but he doesn't actually die. Kana is taking care of Paddock. And then when we do have Rascal and Fate comes in, it looks like the turn might come through, but Fate a little bit too early, I think, on the ultimate. Deft flashes over the wall, is completely untouchable, and then Canyon and Showmaker can take down the single Aphelios.
Yeah.
And Rascal, this is perfect, right? 2v2, 3v3, very all over the place type of skirmish. D+ executing on this comp so far, making it look pretty good.
It's definitely working. It does require a lead like this. Currently to the tune of about 6,000 gold. I think I could sort of sense that people might be saying, why are you going in there, Beryl? You're behind. But I agree with you 100%. I think that DRX definitely have a more cohesive team fighting composition if they can convince D+ to have an honest 5v5.
Yeah.
And so I think we need to see more of that. This Cannon minion is going to go begging.
They can still, I don't think it's super likely, because I do think that D+ have gotten to the gold lead where the sheer damage that you have to deal with in the pressure in side lanes is almost unbearable, as we see here. Kana getting off a nice demolish. Oh, no.
No, not. Denies the demolish. There we go. Nice work, Rascal.
He denied it to himself because he autoed the Jax and then he took a turret shot.
Ah, well,
yeah.
You know.
Yeah, Rascal was there to take the hit.
He was. He was bait. So I'm going to congratulate Rascal on that one.
Yeah.
That's what we'll go with. There's Deft. Just clears out the wave, and they need to keep their foot on the gas. This is not a composition that you're like, oh, we're ahead far enough now. Let's wait for the next dragon.
Oh, no.
And it's D+. So thankfully, like, we were in a different series prior to this, one could say. As Showmaker is going to say, I will take your Void Seeker and not care at all about it. Does have his dash cannon. It's not quite available right now, but they will be able to take this inner turret. This is exactly what they need to do. Continue the pressure, move it further forward, make the map as dark as possible. It's kind of moving towards the bottom side. Rascal, he'll get a Demolish Brock. There you go. And he's actually using his counter-strike to get a...
Kana!
Nice little sidesteps there, and he gets a little bit sad.
That's big.
Yeah.
He's
surviving.
Fine. Might get... Barrel looking for someone rotating. If they could have gotten this, that would have been big, but it doesn't look like they actually get it. Because once the Ocean Soul comes through, if you think Kana is annoying now, just you wait. It gets worse.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that one. Scanner is going to be able to use everything that he likes all the time and go in for trades and then wander out for a second and then get all of his health back and then go back again. And Beryl looking for that angle, looking for Defty. You can see Kellen in pretty good position to defend his AD carry, and Deft is able to wander out stage left. Arrow going to come through. Paddock going to immediately cleanse that one. Or it was Juhan that... No, it was Paddock that immediately cleansed it.
Yeah, Paddock cleansed, but I think Juhan caught it.
Yeah, I think he caught it. So I was a bit confused about how that one even worked. Anyway, they get the cleanse for the arrows. That's the trade they were looking for, and I don't need to think any more about it. It's fine.
This is like just like the statistics.
Yeah, it's like you're playing a board game and
Barrel
represents it as there's the death charge. The hook's gonna land as well. Fate dives onto Deft. But Deft runs away, and it's fine. Sometimes Kellen exists, and he's on Milio, and he says no to all of the CC ever.
That was just like Beryl being like, we got a world championship title together, but I don't care. And then Milio. But there's a lot invested here, right? Cleanse, Milio ult, and heal are now no longer available. But I don't know if DRX really have an opportunity to get anything going because, again, they're so far behind. And this is something that got to give D+ credit for. I think this composition, it's really easy to make it look silly. And I'm even, as I'm watching it work, I'm still apprehensive about it actually winning the game.
DRX haven't taken any turrets yet. There are bounties on the map. If DRX do find a team fight, I mean, it could be a massive gold swing. So I'm also, like, the chickens have not been counted, as I like to say.
You have also lost
I've
a
lost
lot.
air to less, yes. Very, well, not less.
Not less.
That was
it was pretty similar, I'd say.
No, it was 10,000
It was
gold,
more, yeah.
10 minutes prior to this was the lead.
You remember
thank you very much, Chronicler.
Very well.
Yes, I do. I can feel my hair shivering on the top of my head.
Just at the mention.
Yeah.
As minions are going to crash into the waiver, and we do see DRX continue to contest for vision here, and it's really important for them that they don't lose Baron. I think as soon as you lose Baron, the game is actually completely done. Rascal. Is this a repeat of the Kana play?
Well, he is going to get the first turret for DRX. They are not going to be turretless this game, but they will be Jaxless for the next little while.
That's Soul.
Yeah.
They might go Baron, but...
It might be Baron. That's a great buffer of the hook, but Beryl is still dead. Cross shot going to be flying forward, and there is the volley to finish it off. So 2 kills. And that should mean definitely that this Drake is going to go down. Parak is looking for Kana.
Might as well try to get a kill
is
here.
going to miss. It means that he's not going to come forward. And oh my goodness, the Severin value is insane, but Kana is still going to be able to make it out. That was a flex play. I mean, DK, they're going to take the Baron.
Yeah, they lose, but that was a cool play.
But that was cool.
Man.
Looked really cool, man, didn't it?
He was like, no, I have the sustain.
And they deny the soul?
Huge.
But they lose Baron. And now Showmaker is going to look for a little bit more here as Teleport is going to come forward. Cozy Campfire is... Yeah, the... Teleport from Kana, not going to really do anything. They are going to take the inner turret in the middle. There's a lot of this.
They're not dead. They're alive.
They are definitely alive. Canyon may not be alive. As there's the kick. Oh, he waits for the counter-strike, kicks him away, and Taxi's on top. Is he going to win a 1v1 against the Jax? I guess the Jax is very far behind, and so yes, he will. Canyon, just FYI, pretty good at that.
Man,
he's 4-0-4.
When you get a free cap right, you don't give him 1 star, okay? Come on.
Oh,
as Rascal goes down, and now, as mentioned, as soon as Baron comes through, not gonna have a good time.
Beryl is dead once again. Out of the fountain, into the furnace, into the death chamber, I guess is how it kind of goes. And D+, they're done with this game. They won out, and I think they're going to go via the enemy Nexus in order to get there. Looks like they will, they'll dot an eye or two as they take down this inhibitor. But just a little bit too far behind our DRX. D+, they're making it work. This top lane LeBlanc. It was a very tricky draft. It was stylish, and now they have a 10,000 gold lead, says Atlas nervously. But I have a feeling that they're going to be okay. 2 inhibitors down, and this was the pick onto Beryl. Very nicely played here by Deft and Kellen. It just shows the value of Ashe Milio. The Cozy Campfire with Ashe, she is just very, very long range, and this was so cool.
It's the worst feeling. Look, there's even a little campfire helping out Canyon. He didn't need the help, but he'll take it. And as you
it wasn't a very honest 1v1, let's just say that. As we're straight back into the action, Beryl's dead once again. He's going to be blocked as Canyon is going to kick him in the face, and the Nautilus will go down. Kana, looks for Juhan. He heartbreakers, but it's not going to be enough. As there goes the Viego. Canyon diving on forward. It's a double kill here for Kana as Fate is just going to get chopped up. And Rascal, last man standing underneath his Nexus turrets. Canyon gets on in there. The Gore Drinker doing a bunch of work. As Showmaker, he's got a whole bunch of minion friends, but it looks like this Nexus is not long for the world. And D+, a dominant victory over DRX here in game number 1. We'll see whether they can keep it up for game 2, which was the problem in round 1, but so far, looking absolutely fantastic.
And in this one, D+, uses one of their trademark moves, the flex potential in draft. They love to do, but usually it's between Kenyon and either his support with the Nautilus or his mid laner, not with Kana.
Yeah?
It's a whole new level of D+.
I just want to say as well that, yes, Kana got solo killed, but the fact that he got solo killed with confidence, and you saw it in the player cam there as well, is like, top's good, guys, it's fine. I think that shows some growth, because he's the kind of guy that would just, in the past, be very upset if he got solo killed like that, and then things would go wrong. This time around, it was absolutely fine, and he knew that the whole situation was a lot better than it could have otherwise been. He's also going to top damage by a massive margin, and this is what a damage graph looks like if you manage to snowball your composition effectively, and that is precisely what D+ did this game. Knew what they needed to do, and they did it.
And it was indeed about the top half of the map. It was about the engages from Showmaker. It was about Kana's LeBlanc getting a whole lot of poke and pressure down, and then the lead, but tying all together.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. We are going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we get back, the space, and then game number 2.
이름을 받을게 여기 봐줘. 너 텔플 하죠. 아 여기 싸우자 그냥 싸워. 3회. 노텔 펄 있어. 싸워. 잡은다. 난 3밀게. 비에고 풀 빼보자. 여기 봐줘봐. 난 3밀. 여기 비에고. 맞다. 가면 돼. 파이팅. 나 건보 봐주러 가자 이거. 건보 나 뒤에 가는 중. 파이팅. 하이사 봐줘. 내가 필요가 없구나. 헌터가 좀 오네. 오케이 나이스. 뭐야 너 지린다?
아니 근데 하기가 너무
개빡인데?
조합이 편했어.
뭐 편하긴 해. 네. 죽여. 가야 돼. 나이스.
오케이.
나이스. 헤드 잡아. 가야 돼. 가야 돼. 아 까비.
오늘 LCK 단합대회 바로 탑전이 준비되어 있습니다. 반갑습니다.
이 자리에 오니까 막 끌어오르는
사회성 제로의 남탓 장난 아니라는데? 합신병자 이런 말
해명할 게 있어요. 짱 괜찮은 사람이 많지 않나. 한 대를 맞으면 두 대를 때려야 되고, 두 대를 맞으면 세 대를 때려야 되고.
이게 탑이거든요 사실.
아 이게 탑이지.
의정글 뭐 하는 거야?
탑버스도 대박이다.
거의 5년 만이죠. 거의 5년 만.
너무 좋았죠. 좀 신나던데요?
유리한 점이라면 한번 정점을 찍어봤다는 거죠.
저는 그러니까 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각하죠 지금도. 네.
개개인의 실력 플러스 믿음.
라칸 노플. 카이사 온다. 라칸 위에. 밑에 탔어. 싸우자. 카이사. 아 라인 게이드 봤어. 바텀 게이드 봤어. 진짜 게이드 봤어.
나이스.
Hello and welcome back to The Space. I'm Valdez, joined by Ox and Wolf once again, and we're going to talk about this game number 1 that DK was able to take pretty handily over DRX, and this one definitely we have to start right into the draft. What do you guys think about this one?
Yes, I thought it was super cool because we obviously saw the Kai'Sa come in, which is kind of an answer to the LeBlanc that we've seen. You can match her early, get a static shiv potentially before her, and then build an AP, and a lot of times if you land the W, you can chase her down the distortion. But we saw that was really cool is they brought out the Annie late on and flexed the LeBlanc to top, so now you have a strong matchup for the Annie into the Kai'Sa with setup for your Lee Sin, and you also have this LeBlanc in the top lane, which was just a nightmare for the Jax.
I think that this was a really cool way. I mean, you have the matchups alone, which are quite nice, obviously, but it also really fixed the one problem that D+'s draft had was no follow-up for the Ashe arrow. They brought the Lee Sin in, but then you have the Annie on top of it. Now you have insane follow-up. Shirelli is in after the Ashe arrow. You have the Annie follow-up, the Lee Sin single target, explosive damage. You already have a LeBlanc, but a little bit more, real follow-up in terms of CC here. And you have the lane matchups the way you want them. It's once again just showing that Gorilla and D+'s coaching staff here know exactly how they want to flex these roles, and it's not the first time we've seen it. I don't think it's going to be the last time. This team is just so smart right now in draft.
And honestly, I feel like as well, DRX kind of fumbled a bit because their comp just didn't seem to have that much cohesion. It's quite short range. The only engage is a Nautilus, but you're playing into like a LeBlanc who's very hard to engage on, Emilio who can peel well, and a Lee Sin who can kick away. So not only do I think D+ had a really solid draft, but I think DRX kind of dropped the ball a bit as well.
Yeah, well, we had this draft, which was really interesting, and a lot of shifting pieces, as you guys were talking about, for the positive for DK. Let's take a look at this early trade that we had in the top side. We really wanted to focus in on this one because not only was it the interesting champions, but also this interesting situation.
So the context here is we actually have a situation where Rascal doesn't have TP, gets a solo kill trade, gets more gold because it's First Blood, but it backfires massively because the wave is pushing away. So the respawns, has to run back towards the top lane, but the wave is in like possibly the worst position ever, whereas on the other side, kind of just TPs up, grabs the wave, holds it for a while. And yeah, it's really dire how this pans out. And the matchup is already unfun if you're playing Jackson a ranged top laner, but it just gets far worse from here.
It gets way worse. He loses a ton of money, obviously, and is unable to farm reliably anymore. The CS gap ends up being massive. But beyond this, you've also, one thing I wanted to touch on too that we didn't really get into the draft is they prioritized the Jax super early without Sejuani as well, and you want to have that side lane win condition. But look at the difference here that was gained after that 5-minute exchange. Kana picks up almost 40. Only 14 is picked up for Rascal in the difference of time.
Yeah, and this period of time, these 3 minutes, is basically the wave stacked up, eventually bounces back into Rascal's turret. He's zoned off a bit, and then we have a sort of a roughly even wave state after that at 8 minutes. And over that period, like the difference is just massive. How much kind of gains from this situation, how much Rascal loses out. It just meant the matchup was unplayable from there, really.
It was so funny how basically the way DRX did this too, where they were like, oh, we have the Kai'Sa, it's the answer to the LeBlanc. And D+ just said, no, absolutely not. Like, you guys think you're doing something a little bit cool, a little bit tricky? Like, watch us just destroy and dismantle this draft. And the Jax pick just was completely worthless as a result of this. And, someone on Rascal because of the wave state actually committing to that all in, but also I think even if this didn't happen, it would have had a hard time.
Yeah.
But as a result of what occurs here, it's an unplayable lane.
Yeah, so we had this whole top side set up, and D+ were able to play that around that really well. They also collapsed onto the Kai'Sa in mid very well with the Annie Lee Sin, which we talked about in the draft. And then we got to a Herald fight here at about 15 minutes into the game that our teams just love to fight over second Heralds here, and they force it once again.
Yeah, such a heavy commit onto the Lee Sin, and Canyon manages to find so much space. And even here, Rascal's trying to chase him down. It ends up so disjointed. Meanwhile, Showmaker is just working through your team, decimating everyone. And the end result is there's only the Aphelios and the Jax alive, and even they don't survive for much longer.
The Aphelios is just completely on the wrong side of the team fight, unfortunately, because of the funnel and the chase onto the Lee Sin. It has so much mobility, and this entire draft, has so much mobility straight up. I mean, the Ashe doesn't, the Annie doesn't, but they both have insane peel, so there's just no good targets to get on like you talked about in the draft. This is one of the biggest gaps in terms of draft execution into like the actual gameplay itself that we've seen in a while, and D+, man, they just really outclassed them. It was pretty insane. Like, this is a double thumbs up in terms of everything going right here for D+. The execution was crisp, the thought process is great. Like, I have not a single bad thing to say.
So there you go. It was pretty much perfect, and they got across the line with the victory. Let's see who gets the victory in the PUG vote here for game number 1. It will be Canyon on the Lee Sin, picking up 700 points so far.
Yeah, I don't think this is any surprise. I think this is, the highlight we'll see where he does play this team fight pretty well. But I think really it's before this that he did all the work, getting the Herald down mid, getting the play onto the Kai'Sa. Because top lane was obviously really far ahead after the trader kills, but he got mid lane so far ahead. And I think if you lose mid tier 1 early, it's so devastating for your control of the map and just your chances of winning.
I think obviously the LeBlanc was really interesting and Kana's execution was okay, right? But the fact that he did enough was good enough, but I don't think it was POG worthy. I think Showmaker might pick up a few good votes because he had some really good follow-ups on the Ashe arrows, on these Lee Sin engages. But Canyon will actually tie Pays in POG here in first place. And we say it every time. It's like every time D+ wins, Canyon, if he's on, it's POG. If he's off, it's probably an L, but more W's than L's these days.
Yeah, and important to note that he's gotten it 7 times. Every single time he gets POG, it is a different champion so far. So 7 POGs, 7 different champions every single time. You can see some other votes there, especially for Kana, where he did do a lot of work in the top lane with that lead. But DRX is going to move over to the blue side, and they'll see if that can help them here for their chances up against Canyon and the boys.
Yeah, I mean, it looks rough from that game 1, but I think the fact that there was a draft advantage and then obviously D+ executed very well on it, I think shaking up the draft can make a big difference in this game too, but still very much an uphill battle.
I just want to see a little bit of different priority. I don't want to see the Jax this high priority. Maybe steal the Kai'Sa away, but build something around it. Hope they change it up in a big way.
Absolutely. We'll just have to wait and see if they do. But guys, let's go back to the casters now for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your breakdown of that game number 1, the glorious draft of D+ Kia. And now, DRX, they get to remedy it, because in games like that, I feel like it's easier to shake it off if you're like, oh, draft gap though, And then hopefully you can go for a bit of a reset, have a chat to your coaches, get backstage, shake the sillies out, and get back onto the LoL Park stage and get things going. Last time around, D+ demolished DRX in game 1, but then DRX were able to take a game immediately afterwards.
I was going to bring that up. That was in the first week of the split, maybe second week, very early on.
It was very early on.
Another 7 POG for Canyon on July 7th, and he did.
There are too many 7 things going on. I feel like there's got to be some sort of there's some meaning behind this. I don't know.
Well, it's just a lucky number, right?
I guess, but maybe there's more to it than that. Did you do anything else in 7s today?
Oh, this is Nick Cage movie, right? Knowing? The one with the numbers?
Also set in Vegas, I'm pretty sure. Oh, yeah, I do remember that. That was a terrible...
That's the one with the aliens, right?
Yeah, there was also number 23. That was
that's
Jim
another
Carrey.
one. Yeah, there's so many...
That was... After you watch that movie, you see 23s everywhere, and you think that it's very, very poignant, but it's not. There's just a lot of numbers everywhere, and sometimes 2 is followed by 3.
Yeah.
That's how it kind of goes. DRX are going to be banning away the Milio this time around. No Vi either for Canyon, as the LeBlanc will be banned, so no more LeBlanc shenanigans. D+ going to be digging into something else, and we'll see what it is going to be. Poppy once again banned away on the blue side, this time by DRX as opposed to DK. We'll see what is going to slip through as Nico, a likely ban. D+ might just leave it up though. We have seen Nico slipping through drafts more often recently than her permaban status in previous weeks as Heimerdinger. I love it.
Yeah, if there is a
Trist,
which you can't pick anything else. But now for D+, they might go like Nico Ashe, and then you can't pick away like Varus Heimer, right, with the Heimer ban, so you can lock in an early 80 carry and then not really worried about a 1-2 or 2-3 response here. And the Nico is a flex pick for D+. Might be Jax Nico instead.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is some confidence here.
So now for DRX, ideally you want to pick
Ivern Quinn.
I I don't know about Quinn into Jax. That seems to me a little bit scarier.
It's less good.
I feel like it should be Ivan, though. I 100% agree with you. It is going to be Comfort for John, of course. Has a world skin on this champion,
there we go.
We are all very grateful for because it has mini alpaca saplings, which amazing.
He can throw them at deft.
I am not the biggest fan, though, of the setup that is found here. And D+, this would also give away very early on what your setup is. Now, Jace is, of course, one of the champions that can actually out-trade Tristana in the mid lane in the short trades that ideally she likes to go for, and Showmaker will go pick that one up. Does mean that the flex potential is not found, and we should be seeing a whole lot of bot lane focused bans here.
So obviously it's Jax jungle, Jace top, and Nico mid lane. See where they're going to go from there.
It could be. I don't think it is, but
no, it should be Canyon in the jungle on the Nico. He played phenomenally well. One of the POGs that he picked up was his Nico jungle performance. It was exceptional. His use of Shape Splitter, amazing. Braum going to be banned away here, so Beryl not going to be able to jump onto that one, as that is the Xayah ban there as well. I have a feeling that Deft might be angling towards a Varus pick away potentially. Could go for the Ashe as well if he would like to. Could be an archery off there towards the bottom side. See what DRX are going to ban away here, though.
Could just be a Thelios as well.
Yeah, true.
Which is not nearly as interesting. The Braum, though, makes me believe that they want to probably lock in like a Rel or a Nautilus here.
Yeah.
And we are going to keep hidden who D+ are going to play towards the bottom half of the map.
Draven Alistair? I mean, Beryl was a pretty amazing Alistair play.
Alistair, not only that, but Alistair into Nico, I could also be Varus Alistair. Like, that is also completely fine. You already have a hyper carry, right?
Yep.
So you can go for either the lethality
you can go Varus.
Ashe.
But Alistair going to be locked in first, and then they'll have a little bit more of a think about it.
Yeah, the Alistair is a no-brainer, because Alistair, great into Rel.
Great into Nico.
Exactly. We've already seen...
Great into Jax.
It's
pretty good into DK's comp.
Yeah,
you need a lot of headbutts. You need a lot of headbutts.
Yeah, you don't have enough.
Pop Blossom, Magnet Storm, and Counter Strike all coming at you, and then Beryl's going to have to think real fast. Varus will be what they decide to go with. And what is Deft playing here towards the bottom side? Could just be Draven, I guess.
Could be Draven.
He does really like that.
You know, I'd be angling for Samira or a Ningala if this was another team. But it is D+, so it will just be the Ashe. Also solves, I think, the issue of Rel being the only form of engage, gives you a little bit more when it comes to trying and threaten, because I think this DRX comp is really, really hard to deal with, right? You have an incredible amount of damage. Paddock should be going for the AP variation of the build, so you're not really looking at a one-sided damage profile. You have two of the best frontliners in the game in Maokai and the Alistair. And then you have pressure in top. Mid should be a lot tougher. I think the mid jungle, as so often is the case for D+, is going to be crucial here for me. What can they get done with this Jace Nico, a combination that doesn't necessarily scream a powerful mid-jungle duo the way that Annie and Lee did?
Oh yeah.
Because otherwise, I think this game is very different than the previous one, because the composition that DRX have put together, to me, feels very cohesive. A lot of great angles into what D+ have had, but...
Yeah,
let's.
There's another broken hand warmer situation, by the way. This happened to Doran. He, sometimes the player's just trying to warm up the hands a little bit too aggressively, and the hand warmer explodes. So we are going to make sure that that gets cleaned up.
Even if that's true.
It happens to world champions, it does. Even very recent ones. And ones that have been playing for an exceptionally long time.
Very
second
long.
longest in the league. So we are going to tidy that up, and now we're ready. It's time to get that AR working. It's time to get onto the Rift. Rascal back on his iconic Renekton there towards the top side in an honest melee matchup up against the champion he just lost on. Can potentially take some aggression out onto Canna here. We'll see how DRX goes. We jump into the Rift for game 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. I do want to point out that we did even out the DRX skin count which is very important. Juhan is wearing his own skin. Deft taking Beryl's Ash, and everything equalized. As a whole bunch of pings go down on a potential ward that doesn't actually go down. Pretty cute. Some fake outs here by D+. As Beryl can be slowed down a little bit. You get caught by the Ash. It can get a little bit rough. He takes the Pulverize, but Showmaker is still chasing after him. Switches on over. You have a few more buttons if you're Jace. Now Kellen looking to try and get an angle as Deft moves into the brush. They know exactly what's going on. Get that ward pinged, get that 5 gold, move themselves back. All right. So far, not too much, but Beryl's starting off this lane with 50% health is a negative. Also starting with Pulverize is somewhat of a negative as well. You do like to have Headbutt very early on. It just needs to make it to level 2.
Paddock also went for lethality.
Oh no.
Which, yeah, I'm not fully on board with. Now, in defense of lethality, you do have a Maokai, who I think is some of the best setup that you have available, as Kellen is going to get
Pulverize
interrupted.
is alright, as it turns out.
Yeah, trade's still not looking too hot, most notably because a lot of sustain has already been taken away here from Beryl, because obviously he got chunked very hard, and they should still not be able to reach level 2 safely here, as Deft is going to secure them some vision.
Yep, with his own ward as well. You love to see it. Little DRX alpaca.
Yeah, it's really cute. I love that ward skin. So, in defense of that, as mentioned, there's a lot of squishies on the enemy side. And with this, you're actually able to poke up against the poke that D+ can have available with Ashe in the early game, and then as we skill later in to the game, the Jace as well. Now, obviously, it does also mean that armor becomes incredibly valuable, and if Kana can go for like a Frozen Heart at some point, he will not die.
Yeah, Jaxes love to build Frozen Heart as well.
Yeah.
So would be pretty optimal.
Yeah, and that is definitely going to be a problem.
The little dragons flying. Thank you so much, Jonah Strong. He has a little look around as he's cruising up the map. Doesn't find Juhan, but they might be able to infer that he is heading towards his blue buff. As okay, Canyon moving on in here. As Deft could get into the brush. He's a Krug. Never mind.
There's no way we could possibly know that this is happening.
Yep.
This is normal.
How could you guess? As they're going to go for it. Beryl in trouble, and he will just be taken down. It's first blood going over to the Ashe. And Deft going to be able to walk away with it. Of course. He just Krugs his way in and grabs the kill. It's the Canyon way on the Nico.
I really wonder...
Why did that work? I guess it was just going to be fine anyway, no matter what he was.
Well, yeah, but they should have at least had to risk a dive.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear. Fate going to flash. Does get out of the way of the snare, but that is a pretty comfortable flash being picked up here by Canyon. That is 2 lanes that he has positively affected.
Yeah, here we see why Canyon, when he does pick up POGs, like how he plays.
Yeah.
I swear, the ups and downs of this player are crazy to me.
I mean, it's the ups that are the most impressive. That's the good part, at least, if we're a D+ fan, as Juhan is going to take a bit of a pop blossom, but he'll be fine.
The alpaca?
It's not great. It's a blooming burst. Pop blossom would have been the ultimate, but you know what I mean.
I do.
They're all circles. It's all circles with damage, okay? One of them does knocking up and stuff when it's bigger.
There's a lot of circles in top lane as well.
I mean, there's a lot of circles in League of Legends.
But would you call this, because I would say no, a circle comp.
No, it's not.
Either side. Yeah, no, I just want to be upfront. So, Beryl, yeah, I have no idea.
He was trying to deny a crash down, I guess?
But yeah, but you can just peel back.
Yeah. I mean,
and let the turret.
I don't have a good answer.
Did he just?
I'm just trying to get into the mind.
Not see the Krug bottle over? I don't know.
Maybe he's like, Krugs are bugged, by the way. Juhan, if you could just sort out your jungle. There's some bugged Krugs. No, I think they knew that it was Canyon, and the plan to stop it from being a problem didn't work. And that is all I will say on that.
Krugs don't go in bot lane. Beryl, you have 2 world championships.
Yeah.
You know this.
All right, well, Kellen is dashing forward, gets the flash out of Paddock. That is a great reaction time from the young player. Will save his life, but not his flash. And so a very gankable lane now here on this bottom side. As Beryl, he does have his flash. He didn't use it in the last situation, I think we'll call it. And Canyon going to start off this Cloud Drake. So no Cloud Soul here in game number 2. I might be Cloud Soulless all day. Makes me sad. But it's okay as long as it's not the Chemtech Soul.
Well, you're always Cloud Soulless because you're Atlas and then Cloud
Soul. Oh, yeah, I get it. Okay.
You proud of me?
I'm very proud of you. That was an absolutely S-tier joke. Is Canyon going to fly home? Fly Away Home. Fantastic movie. Beryl.
Oh, they know.
Rush and
but they don't know that they know. Oh no!
Yeah.
Don't finish that back.
Oh,
okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Showmaker's just gonna get a bunch of plates.
He is. That doesn't sound like fine, but
maybe not.
Juhan is
Not
going
even
to
one.
come forward. Yeah. Well.
Yeah, just one.
Yeah. The
Just
W
one
is
plate.
pretty powerful, and so the 1 is going to come through. But like you say, it's not 2. Could be worse. Are we back to that again?
Yeah, we're really. Yeah.
Are we back to the could be worses again?
Well, our games have been very could be worse. Okay.
Yeah.
I just watched a 2-time world champion see a Krug and go in.
If I saw a Krug wandering into my lane in bot lane and I didn't know about Nico, then I would also panic. Okay?
Oh, all in on top side here.
Yeah, Rascal taking the worst end of it at this point, but the Ruthless Predator comes out. Kinda thinking that he likes his chances.
Those are 2 cookies.
They trade some ultimates here as Fate just watches as a fake Nico goes home. And Canyon take his Krugs first. I don't know whether he's taken their form. As Juhan does have a control ward here. Little Alpaca does run over. I don't think Canyon actually saw the control ward. I don't think his Shape Splitter got in there.
They might have a suspicion though, because of the sapling.
Yeah, you'd hope so. Sapling
knows
is
now.
going to come down. Pop Blossom is available here for Canyon, able to avoid the sapling damage with the Shape Splitter mechanics, the Nico, and so gets his control ward in there and will be able to stop this one. But slows down the jungling of the Nico, does Juhan. That's certainly good news. 8 minutes on the dot, and Juhan is going to start off this Rift Herald. He's going to smite it immediately. He is not wasting any time whatsoever.
Gotta use those smites, man, when you have the uptime.
Absolutely.
Do note, Canyon doesn't know this is going on. Actually does have the smite already upgraded, whereas Juhan does not, is still sitting 3 treats behind, or stacks, you know. I don't know how many treats he actually has, but doesn't actually upgrade until 20, but it will be fine. Herald gets taken. That's a necessary win for DRX, who don't need to win early game with this comp, but I also don't think that they guaranteed win team fights, because D+ have a lot of explosive power, and Nico.
Yeah, they also have a lot of just inherent controls. We're going to check out this bottom lane fight. Beryl still level 5. Deft throwing out autos where he would like. Cross shots working out. And Padak in a little bit of trouble. And without Unbreakable Will, it becomes so difficult. Canyon is once again towards the bottom side. How many red buffs does this man need? All of them, apparently. And, oh dear. Oh, now he's a Raptor! Okay, he's not going to freak Beryl out again as he's getting flanked. How many ashes are there? The headbutt comes in, but Beryl is still dead. Canyon very comfortably grabs that kill. And now Padak is going to get Magnet Stormed and taken out. Deft tanking the turret. There is a Nature's Grasp that flies through. Fate looking to come in. Kellen will be the first one to go down. Gets himself a reset as the volley flies in. Fate flashes his head into the wall, and that is a double for Showmaker. I'd say in the cons column for DRX, but D+ looking fantastic.
Can't even find a could be worse angle here, Atlas. I got nothing, man. It could, in fact.
Hey,
well, no.
If he didn't kill Kellen.
Yeah, and also, Rascal could have also been solo killed.
True.
So it could be worse.
It could be worse.
That's about it.
Oh dear. Well, thankfully we're going to a replay, so we don't have to watch Showmaker destroy that turret, almost 100-0.
And yeah, Barrow is obviously aware, but and this goes back, right? Like, this is one of the issues that we haven't actually seen DRX suffer from as much, but it happened a lot in spring with Docdom, where the early bot lane situation goes really, really poorly. Well,
Kana gets a soul.
Now it's worse!
Okay, now they are neck and neck. Kana is 1 behind. It's currently sitting at 9, and I believe Rascal is on 10.
I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean for it to actually happen.
Yeah, that's a it's a cast of blessing for D+ fans, but you definitely cast a curse DRX real bad with that one. And Fate will be able to get a fair bit of damage down onto this outer turret, utilizing the Rift Herald that Juhan had acquired for them earlier. There we are. That's the good news. The good news is over, as Canna is going to take another plate. He'll clear out this wave, go for a very free back, and Juhan, his whole map is on fire. And it is not fine, unfortunately. No snare going to land onto the tree, but you can see Canyon is pretty strong right now. He has a dash cannon. He's 104. Wow, giving Canyon Nico is a mistake, isn't it? There's a lot of giving ex-champion the D+ player that is a mistake.
Yeah, this just happens when a team is good. Like, they make anything look unfair. This happens so often, right? Where you're like, how dare you give
There
this
is a
player
big
this?
difference between a player that is very good at Nico and a player that's kind of played a few games on Nico, though. Like, the skill express, like, being able to utilize Shape Splitter effectively and having the adept mind games. Yeah, that's it's real different.
We're taking another look at this, and
Canna gets the Counter-Strike back.
Jax is going under the radar as like one of the picks that is really not okay, because there are so many other things that we are getting distracted by.
And he was also, remember when he was nerfed in spring and we're like, oh, no more Big Jax problem. We're back to Big Jax problem.
Yeah, because this got blinded as well, right? Yeah. Like, this is not a situation where, and we've seen this happening a lot, and the only thing that seems to do okay is specifically AP Gragas. And that's about it. And AP Gragas obviously comes with a lot of other caveats.
Deft is really far ahead, guys. That's what the gold graph is telling us.
Yeah, I feel for Paddock. It's not the best.
I mean, I also wanted to have a bit more of a conversation about why AP would have been much better, but it's irrelevant.
So,
what kind of build he goes for.
Well, so giving it some thought, right? Obviously, your damage profile is a lot better, but weighing the pros and cons, how many autos are you actually going to get off here if you're Paddock into the enemy team?
I mean, that's a good question.
Because you do have great front line, but I do think that into D+ specifically, like, who are you autoing? Because if you're autoing Jax, you're dead.
Yeah.
If you're autoing Nico, probably dead.
Beryl is going to go for a very late ult.
No. This game's getting worse.
Yeah. A sad situation. But they will avoid being dove. That is certainly good. Fate may not. Showmaker looking to get another plate here in this lane. Still 30 seconds until the plates do fall down.
And and to finalize, you should be more lane dominant with lethality first.
True.
Yeah, I didn't get to that one because
yeah, and also maybe we just avoid mentioning that one. Because being lane dominant just in general with with an Alistar, I'm very confused about things that are happening in this game.
Well, if you don't die pre-6, you can be
confused.
No,
lane dominant.
Lane dominant. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Because you have a great neutralizing lane. You know? And I think the only answer is maybe just a random jungle critter walking into. No,
I really want to know what happened, like, from Beryl's. I'm still thinking about the Krug problem. I'm still thinking about it. I can't get it out of my head. I'm going to dream about it tonight.
I've long stopped trying to understand what is going on with Beryl, because he did this in 2021, and then they made World Finals, and he did this for all of 2022, and then he won Worlds Finals, and
did it in 2020 and won Worlds as well. I don't know.
Oh no. 2020 Beryl was different. 2020 Beryl was just an insanely good, like, 2020 Beryl is in a category of his own, but for the last like 2.5 years, it's just been it.
Yep. And Arrow going to find him once again. He is going to press his ultimate button this time, and he's going to go for an engage. Finds Kellen, but now he's kind of by himself. Kind of gets into the backline. Paddock, you mentioned melee range with the Jax, and it's once again a bit of a problem here as the Empower just pops him like a balloon. Fate now looking to run away. That's a jump scare as the Jax comes out of the brush. Shock Blast. Juhan going to avoid that damage, but the Jax himself is going to be a problem, and Deft is going to slow him down and take him out. Canna, once again, looking for more. The rest of his team's like, no, please don't. Let's not dive underneath the turret. As D+ have their eyes on the Baron. Oh, no, the Baron's not there yet because it's only 16 minutes into the game. My goodness. Oh, there's a Rift Herald, though. They can take Shirley.
Bounties.
Yeah. I saw the bounties, and I'm like, oh, it must be Baron time. But no, we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves as Rascal is just trying to play the game. Huh? And
two
how many showmakers are there?
I'm so confused.
I don't know, man. That was just absolutely mind-blowing what just happened. Could you imagine just walking 3 showmakers out and then you just go back? That's emotional turmoil that you're in.
So we are 16 minutes into the game. D Plus is about 6k gold up. They are approaching the second item spikes on many of their champions. They are currently up 2 dragons. They're about to take down the mid lane turret. When looking at DRX, things are not great. Their carries aren't online. Their front line can't really tank anything. And unless they get a miracle team fight in which they are able to pick up some bounties, this game is pretty doomed.
Yeah. You can see Canyon flying home. That is not the real one. D Plus going to look for the first Infernal Drake. Something that we haven't really spoken about is that it is Infernal Soul this game. The reason we're not talking about it is that Soul may not be as relevant, but Beryl, he's Hex flashing his way over. DRX all grouped up, looking for this opportunity, but Canna is over the wall. The flank angle is fantastic for the Jax. And Beryl, he has to ult very, very early in this one. Kellen in the back of the pit, and DRX realize they cannot do anything about it. Still, Beryl tanking for a long time. He will now die because the ult has worn off. That is a headbutt onto Canna, though, before he does fall. And Beryl survived for a really long time. The Jax goes down first. Beryl walks out. What the heck? How dare he? As Showmaker is going to chase after him, will take him down. And DK will definitely win the fight as Canyon goes golden and will deny the Crocodile his kill. Fate now underneath the turret. And DK, they're running out of health bars. They are still looking for more. They'll take down this outer turret and then head back and grab the Drake.
And unfortunately for Canyon, he's going to ruin his record of getting unique champions for POG. I know!
So does that mean we have to give it to Deft or something?
No, I already put in my vote.
Yeah, no, fair enough too, yeah. I think it's pretty egregious that you not giving it to him. So it'll be 2. Wait, but Nico is a shapeshifter, so technically she can be anything.
Sure, works for me.
Works for Viego as well.
As we are flash engaging, but there's no one there.
Yeah.
Like Showmaker has already effectively taken Juan out of the fight. Rascal isn't even in the same part of Summoner's Rift. You know, he's up on a holiday, and then here,
I mean, Beryl living for as long as he did, that was kind of impressive.
Yeah, it was remarkable.
We did remark on
it. It was kind of baffling how long he stayed alive, right? Denied a lot of vision, kept going back into the... and then got the level up. But while he got the lucky level up and lived, his team got knocked up by Nico and all died.
Yeah.
And then, oh, Rascal, man. He's like trying to flash salvage the play, and then stopwatch comes in.
Stopwatch came in like right the second that he flashed.
Yeah, because the animation actually went off.
Yeah. Yeah. One of those things. So it is 8,000 gold the lead here for D Plus here. They are 7,000, 7.1. Well, 7, just 7. Exactly 7. They are, I would say, somewhat ahead in this game. It's not a perfect game. They're, in fact, 3 kills, 1 tower, and 1 Rift Herald away from a perfect game. If I was to just be exact with that one. I'm really looking for things to talk about, guys, because DRX are struggling so much in this game.
Yeah, this is Spring DRX, what we're seeing here. And this team has had some great resurgences, I think, over the last couple of weeks in summer. There's been a lot of moments where, like, okay, it's coming together. This Juon Fade lineup can definitely get things going. This game, though, not part of that.
No, this doesn't go on the resume, I don't think. As Nature's Grasp comes on in, they're going to try to get out of this one. Decent Chains of Corruption from Puddock. The Kellen is tanking for days. They do manage to take him down, but now D Plus are closing in. Puddock going to be Deft's first one, and he's going to flash for it. The volley picks up the kill. They have the vision over the wall, as well as Blastcone is taken by the 2 of them, but DRX get into their base.
Okay.
And Rascal is in the mid lane.
He'll get a bounty.
Killing all of these minions and stuff.
Get a bounty.
There we go.
Gets inner mid.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
D Plus are going to grab Baron, but like you say, inner in the mid lane.
The contest. The dream. The steal.
The alpaca. Okay. Rascal and Juhan. Fate is here as well.
Tree with a dream.
Yeah, Cannon's gonna flash in. He finds a huge counter-strike stun the Pop Blossom to get rid of the Crocodile. And Fate not gonna get snared, but Canna is not gonna let him escape. Never mind, the Buster Shot is going to be there. Okay, that was not exactly the cue you were looking for there, Showmaker, but it doesn't really matter as everyone explodes. And D+, they'll go back to the Baron potentially, although their health bars are relatively low. Puddock not going to be doing anything about
Get him, Puddock! Come on, man, you can just hit him with enough arrows. You can do it! No!
Canyon's just floating. What happened to the Varus?
He died.
Oh. Well, the Baron's going to do the same thing. Really? Like, what happened to Paddock?
Showmaker just killed him, man.
Oh, okay, so he just wandered over. He's 8-0-4. I would say that Showmaker on this chase is somewhat fed. Baron going to be taken, secured by Canyon very nicely. 3-0-11 right now on the Nico. And 6-0-11. Man, Deft is being kind of everywhere this game. Following up with these kills. Let's have a look at it again.
I don't
break it down for me, Chronicle. Break it down for me. Just break it down.
They throw 4 ultimates together.
They killed him.
Then he dies. And everyone goes down. Oh.
And we cut the video, and then we moved to this. This was a great game.
Yeah, no, Kanna's playing really well. I don't care about this. I wanted to see what happened.
Okay. Now the Nature's Trust. The dragons are flying through, but the arrow is going to last here. Beryl! He's your former teammate as the Pop Blossom's going to pick up 2. Puddock's like, all right, I'm out of here. We are done with this one. It's a double for Deft in the end. They do manage to get some bounty gold here as Showmaker. Oh, that's what happened to Puddock.
Not the duck.
Yeah, thankfully we didn't get that replay because there was more action that we had to look at. But 2 Defts are going to be taking down this inhibitor turret.
I, for one, think it's cool that the DRX is giving Puddock the experience of playing against D+ in 2020. You know,
yeah, true.
That's a blast from the past. He's never experienced that. Man, how old was Puddock when that happened? Like 14?
14, 15?
15?
Yeah, 14 probably,
yeah.
I would say. He's just 17. Puddock pretty young. And yeah, D+, it is 2 pretty dominating victories in a row here. If they are able to kill the Nexus, which I assume they will, as here it is. This is from Deft's perspective, and he got hit with an arrow. The Archer got hit with an arrow.
Thank you. I'm glad we got that cleared up. It hurts me to watch, but
yeah. And at that moment, it was full.
So here we're trying to kill Showmaker. At this point, because it doesn't matter, right? Like they've already lost the game, and they're just trying to go for a silly Hail Mary plays. Another one.
Speaking
Can
of which,
they kill Kanna?
The dragons.
Oh, there were so many people.
Off into the distance as he blast cones. Showmaker comes on over. Kanna is kind of huge and does have a stopwatch. That'll stop the explosive charge, and he's now dead. But survive. Well, not.
That's one.
Took a lot longer than I was expecting. Beryl going to get jumped on, though, and now it's a 1-for-1. Canyon, oh dear, there's a Pop Blossom. And everyone just, oh my, to the skies, killed 2 people. It's a full house, Deft's full of Showmakers, and oh, just kill the Nexus.
End it, please. They have Infernal Soul Atlas.
Yeah, I think, yeah. I mean, it's been done for a while, and Showmaker, he's going to get to it. Of course, Showmaker is the man that does like going home as early as possible, and he's going to see that they are going home early. And yeah, the melee minion is just going to wander into the fountain, as Canyon likes to do. Beryl just flash pulverize. And Canyon goes down. There we go. Beryl locks down the solo kill. And the Nexus is going to fall. D+ Kia, 2-0 this evening in, yeah, very dominant fashion. That was not even close, Chronicler. Even a little bit. Not a little bit of close.
No, there was nothing that could be done here by DRX. It was an unfortunate return to some of their mistakes that were often made in spring. And for D+, coming into the day, what we asked for was we want to see this team maintain their form and be able to stay consistent, because that's their biggest issue. Some games they look amazing, some games not so much. Well, against weaker opponents like DRX, Assignment, 10 out of 10. A plus, perfect, no notes.
And also, the other ways that they were winning really hard in the early game, and I know Wolf liked to talk about this a lot, but was bottom lane dominance.
Yeah.
They were outspoken themselves about playing through bottom lane a lot, but if bottom lane didn't get ahead, they didn't necessarily know what to do. They are back to it again, and Showmaker will pick up 1,500 kills, I'm pretty sure. And as far as the mid lane pull, number 5, pretty amazing for a young player. As the Polar Bear is out once again. I don't know whether Deft quite got 15 kills in the series. He needed that for...
Oh!
He did! There we go, 2,500. And he got so many kills in that last game, actually. Yeah, 2,501. So Deft going to be second highest by a pretty gigantic margin. Of course, him and Faker have been around so much longer than everyone else. It makes sense that they are 1 and 2. Also makes a lot of sense that Faker is very far ahead in number 1 because Deft did take a bit of a hiatus in a different region.
He left us for a bit. Yeah.
He didn't leave. I was there. I was there with him.
He left me, spiritually. I wasn't here, so I don't... Well, drop the point. So,
okay.
This was all after the game was already done. Fact of the matter is that a couple of early ganks swung multiple lanes hard enough that any subsequent fight of DRX was somewhat of an exercise in futility, unfortunately for them. Couldn't really get anything done. Didn't even notice the Deft cleanse there. I don't know why.
Yeah, and also... what we failed to notice with what looked like a cool headbutt from Beryl, he actually headbutted Canyon into hitting 3 people with a Pop Blossom, I'm pretty sure. Is that what just happened?
I'm not sure. I thought he was further down the bottom end of the fight.
I know the series, and we're in the replay right now, but it is still kind of a blur.
Yeah, this was a bit of a fever dream of a series. I'm not gonna lie. The first game was still okay. The second game, we're only like 70% sure that everything. There was a Krug, right?
Yeah, I think the Krug existed in the bottom lane. But man, this is... If you're a D+ Kia fan, this is the type of victory that you want to see as well, because it was like, it was kind of also keeping himself together. You can see in this moment, beating the entire team in, surviving for a really long time. But outside of this, actually his Jax was incredible in this game. Playing the LeBlanc as well. Champion pool has always been an issue for Cannon. And you can see he's got a huge grin on his face after falling down there.
And I want to draw your attention as well to who D+ is facing, which is Liv Sandbox, a team that right now is really struggling.
Yes.
And T1, who obviously, with Faker not being part of the team, have kind of succumbed to issues that were plaguing them before, but truly now look to be somewhat lost. So for D+, their next weeks give them opportunity to really build up some steam until they face off against, say, a Hanwha Life.
Yeah. Let's kill Alistair one more time, is what they said. And we know what's going to happen here, as Beryl is going to be able to stand around and say, sorry, Canyon. Yeah. Showmaker does not look very interested at all. And they also said it's not even 9 p.m. Yay. Is that serious?
Yeah.
Oh my... The first series was pretty long, Chronicler.
Well, it was a Breon series, so we had to get our entertainment value. But in this one, D+ say, no, we can't be bothered. We just want to go home early. And they did. They are going home very early.
Yeah, and we're going to head over to the space and get a breakdown of that game number 2. And I'm going to sit here and listen, because I need to know. Take it away, gentlemen.
Okay, well, thank you, casters, for that wonderful breakdown for game number 2 in the series. That was a game of League of Legends. Sometimes we do have games like this where, one team gets absolutely dunked on. So let's take a look at the draft first before we get into the sad stuff that we're going to talk about a little bit later on. What did you guys think about coming into this game, some of the choices that were made?
You know, because obviously game 1, we kind of heavily favored the D+ draft, but I feel like in this game, obviously Nico's really strong, got left open, but like, I think the Alistair, I was like, this is a really good pick here. It's really good into Jax, really good into Nico for knocking them away. It's a good matchup in RL. So I think there were some solid picks for DRX. The fact they got the Tristana as well, which is rarely open and available. It felt like a better opportunity for DRX, coming out of draft at least.
Yeah,
in this game.
It felt like D+ just wanted to have a little bit of fun with their early part of this draft, picking the Jax early with the Jace as well, and that's where things for me I felt like I was a little bit worried, but the Varus pick we liked because they were looking for potentially that or the Draven. And I think Paddock was very, very vocal with the coach about whether he wanted to play the Draven or not. I think he did not want to play the Varus. He ended up playing it. But imagine if they had picked Draven with how the early game and the lane went. It would have been, believe it or not, even worse. So
I can't picture it. I can't picture it. I'm trying.
And they need a little bit more AP damage, so it fit the comp. And like, yeah, I think they had tools, but yeah, you saw some.
Anything to add, Ox?
Errors.
Okay, the answer was no. Let's get into the first highlight here, which is this dive on the bottom side. This is after the bottom 2v2 already won.
Yeah, so, you know, the good move, the interaction that we like, the Alistar headbutting away the Nico, but then running into the ultimate afterwards. I don't have anything to add, Wolf. Take it away.
Well, I mean, we also had the play that happened before that where he died to the Krugs. He was super far behind, and then D+ were just able to roam Showmaker down here and just constantly put the pressure on in this lane, and interesting flash choice there. It definitely didn't go the way that they were expecting at all. I'm trying to say it in a nice way. Beryl had a really rough game.
Yeah.
Anything to add on? Okay.
It was brutal.
Well, there's more. There's more. Hold on, wait. There's more.
There's more highlights.
There's more. There's more. There's more.
Wow.
Okay.
There's more lights.
I thought about
highlights.
I thought about this one a lot. We watched it a few times.
Please break it down for us.
Look at how far away Paddock is, and then he's like, "Oh man, this is so doomed. I have to follow up." And then Kana's just like, "Well, their Varus also was magnetized to the Alistar as well because he wanted to follow up. He wanted to do something for them." And then the rest of DRX are now trapped here, and Kana is a Jax who can chase them down basically by himself. Doesn't even need an acceleration gate. His comp is so far ahead, so good at chasing, and Beryl, he certainly tried to make things happen this game, but it was to the detriment of his team. He got 9 deaths this game, which is the highest of any player in any single game of the LCK so far. Had the highest before this series. Yeah, this season. He had the highest deaths before this series of any individual player in the LCK in summer.
Probably got a bigger lead after this series.
Got the +9. So, bit of a rough one. And I mean, look, I hate to be critical of defending world champion Beryl, but it's time to play a little bit stronger. I think it's some of these matchups in the bottom lane.
I'll actually go the other way because I think if there's like a rookie player who's coming in and they're nervous, I think we give them a lot of slack, which is fair. But he is a 2-time defending world champion. And in that game, he was not playing like it, playing like the polar opposite. It was just so many botched engages and just messy plays. So it's really critical, but realistically, DRX are going to continue to look rough if his play is at this level.
I think it's a bit of, okay, game 1 didn't go well already, which we saw. It was kind of a stomp. It was like a 24-minute game or something. And then coming off of that, it just feels kind of hopeless. And DRX, including Beryl in past seasons as well, we've heard, it's not been great mental state for a lot of these players. They've been struggling a lot. So I think coming into game 2 to get pummeled so early on as well, I mean, they're just like totally out of it, I think, man.
Final thoughts really quick. I mean, consider that below Paddock and Beryl, or above Paddock in a weird way, because it was the Academy player, is Duckdom, who's now the current AD carry player, and MVP of Challengers, Pleta, who's now playing support. So if you were to try to make a change, you'd have to pull up a flexing AD carry player into support to replace Beryl, who's the shot caller for the team. It just doesn't get better, unfortunately.
Well, guys, we do have the player of the game ready to go. Let's see who did pick it up on the side of D+, as it will be the Nico. And unfortunately for Canyon, that does end his streak of unique champions for every time he gets a Pog. But he's still on top, so I think he'll be okay with it, with 7 unique champions out of 8.
Yeah, and now he's actually overtaken because he was tied with Pace. He's now in first place. And again, we've said this countless times, that when he is on form, it's like Canyon we know, and he really does just take over games. Still has been a bit inconsistent, but it's series like this where he just completely takes over.
I feel like D+ is the new KT, where they'll beat weaker opponents who get really excited. They're like, oh man, this team is back, they're having a great one. And then against tougher opponents, they struggle. So I want to see what happens next week and see if they can actually maintain this form, because to beat DRX right now isn't enough proof for me just yet that they're back. But it's at least a good look for Canyon, who now takes, as you guys mentioned, solo possession of first place.
Well, I do believe that D Plus have T1 next week, and based on what we've seen, honestly, we gotta favor D Plus going into that series, of course. We take a look at the split here as well. We did have 4 votes for Deft on top of that, so 7 for Canyon, 4 for Deft. Maybe people not trying to give the unique PUGs, try to ruin that streak that Canyon had going on either way. But guys, we do have the interview ready to go, so let's hand it over to Ji-sun now for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the PUG interview translation. And D Plus Kia started off the second round of the LCK Summer with a clean 2-0 victory up against DRX. Now we are here joined by the solo PUG on the side of D Plus Kia, Canyon. Now you are leading the PUG standings here in the LCK Summer. How do you feel? I was not expecting winning PUG like so many times this season, so I'm pretty surprised that I got so many PUGs. And it feels amazing to be the PUG leader. Canyon, I have a question for you. Please listen to the champions that I mentioned and figure out what are they sharing in common. Maokai, Cyan, Viego, Nico, Kojix, Nautilus, Lee Sin. I guess those are the champions I want PUG? Exactly. You are able to win PUGs on so many different champions. 7 out of 8 of your PUGs were on different unique picks. And today I have to ask you this. Why are you so good? Well, to be honest, I don't think I'm that good. I guess I just have a really deep champion pool because of my teammates, because they're always letting me play different picks. So I want to share credit with them. And also my teammates also have a very deep champion pool, so we can always try some new flex picks. Then, is there any other champions that you want to win PUG on? Well, I need some time to think about this. Maybe in Italy? Yeah, exactly. Italy is getting a buff in the upcoming patch as well. So we'll be looking forward to seeing some more Italy action in the future LCK matches. We saw LeBlanc on the top lane, something that was played in the last season. Could you break down the drafting in that game? Kana is really good at long-range champions. He did a great job on LeBlanc top in solo queue, so we tried it in scrims. And today we had the perfect situation to play LeBlanc top. So yeah, we decided to give it a go. In Canyon, you played Lee Sin in that game. First ever Lee Sin game in the current patch. You are able to win 1v1 up against Jax on the top lane. So we were in the second phase of the pick and ban, and looking at the picks that were available for jungle, Lee Sin looked pretty good. Also considering the comp that opponents were opting into. And at the end of game number 1, we were able to have a listen into the D Plus Kia player comms, and the players were like, your listen is so sick, and he were like, no, I was in a really good spot where I could just pop off. What was really good, considering the opponent's comp to make listen pop off? We had Annie already on our side, so I can always just let my Q onto the stunned opponent. I guess D Plus did have some good engage tool for Lee Sin to follow up. And then Canyon, you had another chance to play Nico in game 2. Is there any message you want to say to other LCK teams who don't let Nico through? Well, actually, Nico's getting nerfed in the upcoming patch. So I'm not really sure whether it's viable. And today, Deft played Ashe for 2 games in a row. I think it was a great enabler on the side of D Plus Kia. How does D Plus right now rate Ashe right now? Deft really likes Ashe, we all know that. And Ashe does have really strong tools
요새 좀 많이 쓰고.
So I think this day's Ashe is pretty strong.
하고 계시군요.
네, 네.
네. 그리고 또 오늘
Today, D plus Kia is having so many things to celebrate. Showmaker got 1,500 killed and also Deft got 2,500 kills. Now, Canyon, is there anything you want to say to Showmaker and Deft for their milestones, maybe?
지금 축하를 하면 되는 건가요?
Am I supposed to say something to them right now?
쇼메이커 선수.
Dear Showmaker, congratulations on your 1,500th kill. I think I'm gonna catch up really fast, but congratulations anyways. And dear Deft, he's been in the LPL as well, but it's amazing that he got like 2,500 kills. I don't think I can catch up to that. I don't want to congratulate on that. I would rather want to say I'm really amazed by your milestone, and I hope you can get more kills as well.
멋진 기록이다. 근데 1,500킬은 나도 할 수 있을 것
So
같다.
we're looking forward to seeing Canyon actually hitting 1,500 kill milestone as a jungler in the LCK. Deft recently in an interview said, D plus players are so nice. He actually wants you guys to be a little bit more aggressive and, you know, sometimes a little bit more selfish when playing the game.
그런 점들도 궁금합니다.
Well, I actually agree with him, you know. It's about the gameplay he's mentioning. I mean, it's, you know, it's good to be nice in real life, but you don't have to be nice on the Rift. It doesn't really help you win games. And you have to be really selfish and mean if you want to win more games. So I want to be a bad person, and I think I am a bad boy on the Rift, to be honest.
네, 팬분들도 환호를 많이 해주고 계신데요. 이렇게 2연승을 달성하면서
D plus Kia is now on a winning streak and a great start of the second round robin. And next week, you're going to play up against Live Sandbox.
저희가 남은 승들이 엄청 중요하고.
We really have to get more wins in order to, you know, make it through the playoffs. So I hope you can get another win to, you know, continue this momentum. We will do our best in the upcoming matches. Thank you very much, Canyon. And this will be the end of the interview from Canyon, the solo POG on the side of D plus Kia, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that wonderful translation. Glad we could clear up whether or not Canyon was a bad boy on the Rift. Guys,
on the Rift.
Jump straight into the standings and see where DK are now after this victory. Currently 6-4, right behind T1, who I did mention that they're playing them up next. It is Live Sandbox and then T1. But either way, definitely D plus on the rise.
When you consider that they're playing against Live Sandbox and T1, two really easy opponents for them next week, they will, especially because they're playing directly against T1, likely pass them and move up to third place if they can just cross those two checkboxes, right? Get those 2 checkpoints. So we live in a world where D plus, we were concerned, are they going to stay on the west side? Now starting to look a little bit more consistent. Might actually be a top 3 team here in the LCK.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really hard to break in the top 2, not just because of the standings, but also how well they are playing. But that 3rd place spot definitely up for grabs, and especially when you look at the Saturday showdown, T1, I'm not optimistic about them getting an extra point here.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. I mean, we all know the situation with T1, with Faker with the injury. Things are kind of a little bit tumultuous over there, and Genji are looking really solid, really clean right now. So we'll have to just wait and see what happens in that matchup, and then, of course, Nongshin versus Live Sandbox after. But that's it for us here on The Space. Thank you guys for watching LCK today, and we'll see you tomorrow 2 hours earlier for that Saturday showdown. Have a good night.
이게 T1이라는 이름이군요.
단지 그냥 오늘 딱 하루만 저희가 더 잘하면 되는 거잖아요, T1보다.
제우스의 강림. 잡아냅니다 페이즈 딜라이트.
이 바텀 기어는 젠지의 보물 같네요.